Good morning, Director. I wish I could show you outside my window is a massive buck in rut in my yard about 4 feet away. So
Awesome.
that's what happens when you don't live in a place for a while. And he's a mule deer, so he knows there's not anything that I can do except throw a stick at him. So.
They act especially silly this time of year.
Well, good morning, Director. I believe we have a quorum. I see the superintendent, the secretary, the treasurer, and the auditor. And so I believe we're prepared to take up where we did yesterday if you are ready.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, board members. Where we left off yesterday was on the State Loan and Investment Board Agenda J1. We are on the no fund recommendations, and we are at number 12, which is Peak Wellness Center. And Peak Wellness Center is requesting $10,127. $3,260 of that is for electronic keypads. We believe this item was funded at the November meeting, so this would be a duplicate award. Then $6,867 is requested for quote occupancy unquote costs. We understand that that's a readiness to admit patients despite the COVID, or at least that was the explanation in the application. The concern is that the costs are for maintenance and staffing that are part of the applicant's contract with the state regardless of COVID.
Are there any questions for any of the from any of the members of the board or any questions from or color that the staff would like to add to this? Hearing none, is there anyone who would like to address the board? Finally got my chart back up. And Mr. Bump, I don't see anyone. Maybe there is.
Mr. Chairman, don't have any hands raised quite yet.
Okay, thank you. Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move a no funding recommendation.
It's been moved by the auditor and seconded by the superintendent. No funding for item number 12, Peak Wellness Center. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye if you support this motion. That motion carries. Thank you. And Director, just to make sure you do see all 5 of us on the, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to number 13, which is Carbon County. The applicant is requesting $155,000 for body scanners for its detention center. I understand that these are X-ray equipment and metal and narcotic detection devices. The idea being to avoid pat-down searches and other contact between the detainees and the officers. And we would note that similar items have previously been denied by the board. And I would defer to Pat or to Beth for any additional color on that.
Nothing extra to add.
Okay, and is Mr. Miller on? Do you have anything?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything additional here. I note that I believe we've also denied a similar request to the Supreme Court building, but that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing none. Yeah, Treasurer.
Yeah, just real quickly, it seems like a fairly common sense thing to do to limit contact. and I'm wondering, was this a federal frequently asked questions thing, or is it just something we decided that we weren't going to do?
Mr. Treasurer, I don't believe that there is an FAQ directly on point, although Brandy or Jim can hop in if they can think of something that I'm missing. I believe the idea is basically that with PPE, this was not necessary. I believe that's been the basis for the prior determinations.
So if you're masked and gloved up, you necessarily don't have to go to the extra step then.
I believe that was the reasoning.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I would be remiss if I didn't relay. I just spoke to the county commissioners, and their request was that we bear in mind, should there be an extension federally, that we bear that in mind as far as county needs. So mentioned. Mr. Bump, I don't see anybody who has raised their hand on this issue.
Mr. Chairman, currently no hands up.
Mr.
All
Chairman,
right. Seeing none. Yes.
I would
Who was that?
move, Secretary Buchanan here, Mr. Chairman. I would move for denial of the application number 13 for X-ray body scans in the amount of $155,000.
You already got a motion on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's been seconded by Auditor Racines. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I see all thumbs up, Madam Director. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend we take numbers 14 and 15 together. Number 14 is EPMAL LLC, doing business as Mountain Plaza Assisted Living. They are seeking $56,531 for the Verkada system with the COVID response suite. This is a facial recognition program, as well as it alerts when people exceed the predetermined threshold in a room. It helps with contact tracing. Number 15, EPRSAL LLC, doing business as Deer Trail Assisted Living. They are requesting $55,632 also for this Verkada system with the COVID response suite. And it's my understanding that the board has previously denied this request.
Thank you. Is there any further color from Mr. Miller or from Ms. Blackwell?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Any, Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are these things being funded in other jurisdictions across the country? I'm just curious as to whether it's a mixed bag or not.
Mr. Treasurer, I'm not aware, or excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Please, go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, I'm not aware of that. I can do a quick search to see if we've found anything from other jurisdictions, but I'm not aware of any other state that has funded this kind of system. I don't know if the applicant might be able to provide that information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I do see Mr. Smith with a hand raised. Mr. Smith, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as a commissioner, thanks for taking the time to visit with us this morning. We certainly appreciate you and your busy schedule. And I know everybody's busy. So thanks for your time this morning and your words to us as commissioners and your leadership. We do appreciate that. And tough times, and we do do hope the best, and we'll try our best as commissioners to help out as well. So with that said, may I, Mr. Chairman, share my screen to provide a little bit better understanding of what this system can do?
Sure. Mr. Bump, is he able to share his screen?
He's got me hooked up.
All right.
Are y'all able to see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Previously, this was denied. It was recommended to me by you as a group much later in the evening, well after 10 o'clock last time. But because you didn't have very much information about this and it seemed like it was just a camera system, to return with a little bit better explanation. So we feel strongly enough about this that we have paid for and installed this at both of our properties that I oversee here in Wyoming, in Casper, as well as here in Rock Springs. So just briefly, I'll show you two of the aspects that help us with the COVID response. This is Deer Trail Assisted Living here in Rock Springs. You can see our lovely Christmas decorations are up. We're getting very festive and doing the best we can without too many visitors and no choirs and singing that we had in the years past. But as an example, you wouldn't think this is our front vestibule. So we have a front door into this area, and then that area leads into our front lobby. You wouldn't think that that would be an area that would need a lot of cleaning perhaps, but if we, this has heat maps on it. So we can see what has happened over the last 24 hours. So you can see this morning, it's been pretty quiet, not much going on, but yesterday, you can see how many people had been there and how much traffic had been through there with this heat map. This is also able to alert us when groups, larger groups gather together. We can set parameters to know that a group of 4 or 5 or 10 people have gathered together and that's too many for social distancing in a certain area. And so this helps us to maintain. We've hired somebody specifically to clean throughout the day. We do have a 45,000 plus square foot building in both of our locations. So this helps us stay on top of our cleaning and making sure that we're in places that we should be. And then another aspect that we love about this is we can look for people. So contact tracing. We're going to use Ashley here as an example because you can see that she's pretty fond of our system. And so Ashley works at Mountain Plaza in Casper. And we have we can put in her picture and find all of the times that Ashley has been on camera, which is a little creepy, but also very helpful for us in situations like this. So we're able to say, okay, well, Ashley tested positive and we actually have had this case here. And they say, tell us everybody you've been in contact with for the last 3 days for any length of time. And that's difficult to do sometimes, especially working in a place where there's 60 residents and 50 staff come and go. So here's Ashley. Maybe she's in the kitchen. Maybe she forgot that she was with Donna here for some length of time. And so that allows us to say, okay, we can track Ashley and find out who she was around. When we didn't have this system, we had a staff member test positive. The staff member missed 2 of our nurses that she hadn't really realized she'd been around for very long. And so those nurses had been exposed, had worked since then, fortunately didn't transmit anything or they themselves didn't test positive. But this gives us the ability to be able to do contact tracing and see where they have been. We don't have to rely on memory alone. So I think that this system clearly does meet the requirements of combating COVID with this COVID suite that we've implemented with it as well. It's been tremendous for us. We love it. To the question of has this been funded elsewhere? Wind River Cares Clinic in Arapahoe did this before us and used CARES money to fund this as well. So that's one that I do know of here in the state. And I have been told by Verkada that there are others in other states that have used CARES money for this as well. So with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very impressive.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
what's the COVID thing? You know, we're kind of tasked to things that are going to be, you know, used, implemented by the end of the year. This thing, I think, can reasonably say can drag out for a year. What's the life of this purchase? Is it going to be around 10 years from now?
This, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, yes, the system actually does have a 10-year warranty on it. So any updates that come along with either cameras or the software system itself, that's included in there. So yes, it will be around, whether hopefully COVID's not, but certainly today, tomorrow, as long as there is COVID, we're going to be able to use this to help keep our residents safe. We haven't had a single positive among our residents yet, and that's kudos to my staff for not attending family gatherings and going to bars or whatever for these many months that we've been doing this. So kudos to them, and we plan on keeping it that way. And again, we felt strongly enough about this system that we've gone ahead and purchased it and had it implemented at both of our communities already.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, kind of a follow-up comment.
Absolutely, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, the statistics, I think, and this is like for the first 5 months of COVID, like 47% of the people who died of COVID were, you know, elderly, and most of those were in assisted living or long-term care facilities. And so I think the danger and the risk associated with these facilities, I think, is well known and established. But I think we do have that problem that we necessarily shouldn't be paying for the whole load of a 10-year investment. But I think it would be reasonable to say on these, when they're in long-term care or assisted living facilities, that we could pay for 10% of them. And I'm not sure what the payment CARES Act funds were on the other facility that necessarily got paid for all of it, but I think it would be reasonable to at least do 10% on these.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, I will say that we did only purchase the 5-year program. So perhaps that can help us to the 20% range.
You're going for a 20% reimbursement. Okay.
So they do have they do guarantee it for 10 years, but we only purchased 5 years worth of work. We're not sure. The system we had when we opened 8 years ago is so obsolete. And so we figure 5 years from now, who knows what's going to be available and out there. And yes, the clinic in Arapahoe was fully funded to do this. So if that helps at all, as I continue to work you over for full funding.
Mr. Chairman, was that through the Arapahoe Nation and their CARES Act funding?
If that question was for me, Mr. Treasurer, I would defer to Mr. Miller or to Ms. Blackwell. They had to expend their tribal funds first, and there has been a bit of a change, as we mentioned yesterday. So, Mr. Miller, perhaps you first, and then Ms. Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Northern Arapahoe did not use our CARES funding for this purchase. I don't know if they used their own. They have gone ahead and certified that they've spent their own, all of their own money. So it's possible that they have used their own funding on it, but they did not use ours.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Northern Arapahoe's entire grant from us was for payroll expenses. So we are in the process of working with them, verifying that they've spent all of their funds, and we will process the pay requests that they've submitted to our office after that.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you. Mr. Smith.
the information that was given to me was that it was not through the state. It was their other CARES Act funds that did pay for it fully and not through the Slib.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. Chair, this is,
Ms. Monger.
thank you. I was just going to say, you know, the question for the board is whether this is a necessary purchase to mitigate or respond to COVID. And so if it's necessary, I think it's appropriate to fully fund it because it's necessary. I'm uneasy about the idea of funding things that are necessary at something less than the full amount because it makes it look like it's not necessary to respond to this particular crisis right now, and that it has, you know, some benefit beyond that, and that's why we're buying it. And so I would just suggest that either something is necessary and we should pay for it, or it's not and we shouldn't.
Thank you, Ms. Monger. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racinas.
I appreciate Mr. Smith coming today with this very good information because I was certainly a naysayer on this the first time around without this information. And I think Brandy makes a good point that we have not put a lens of 40, you know, funding a fractional piece of purchases, even if they will be used into the future. And I would also note that I guess it's useful to know, but whether from an auditing standpoint on the back end, whether other entities are funding them or not is completely irrelevant to me because we sure the heck can't use that as an excuse on the back end as to why we did or didn't. But I would consider this necessary. They've implemented it, so the money has been spent. And so I would move for approval of items number 14 and 15.
So it's been moved by Auditor Racinas. If there's a second from Treasurer Meyer, is there any further discussion from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Hearing, yes, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in addition to necessary, we also need to factor in cost effective. And that's something I've been rolling around for a while, you know, while the heat map and so forth is handy, and the contact tracing, the elimination of steps regarding, you know, sometimes subjective or murky memory in the middle of a busy day. I think that lays out a decent case for necessity, but I'm not sure about cost effectiveness because I'm not sure that those things couldn't be accomplished anyway. So when we just think about this package in whole, you know, we have been considering, is it necessary? Is it cost effective? Is it a direct response to COVID-19? And so I guess I just laid that out there. This is one of those tough ones, I think, for the board where, you know, we see it as something that is a great benefit, but does it check all the boxes? So I would just lay that out there for discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to fund the Mountain Plaza Assisted Living and Deer Trail Assisted Living facial recognition video system, please signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I have a thumbs up from the secretary, the treasurer, and the auditor. If you oppose this, thumbs down. Superintendent is a thumbs down. I will be an aye on this as well. So that motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck for the remainder of the day. It's been a long haul for all of you.
I would mention, Mr. Smith, I just heard there's a new Matrix a remake coming out. So
excellent.
Thanks, Director.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the applications recommended for no funding is Weston County. They are seeking $64,432 for an additional patrol vehicle in case an officer has contact with a COVID-19 positive individual. It's my understanding from the application that if such contact was had, that then the officer would transfer to the second vehicle. It's also my understanding that the vehicle would be something along the lines of a Chevy Tahoe. We just note the board's previously denied additional patrol vehicles, and there are concerns about necessity and cost effectiveness in light of the Treasury guidance.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any additional color from either Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe it was Riverton that had their patrol vehicles previously denied. That's all I have to add.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there any question from the board? If not, is there anyone who has raised their hand? Mr. Bump, I don't see anyone.
Mr. Chairman, currently no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move denial of item number 16.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? Is there a second? There is a second from the superintendent and from the secretary as well. So thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of denial of the Weston County additional patrol vehicle, signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see thumbs up from the auditor, secretary, and superintendent. If you're, if you would, sorry, Treasurer Meyer is a down, is a negative on that. Thank you, and I will be an aye. Madam Director, next.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item is number 17. It's Goshen County. They are seeking $49,790 for a software system that I understand will provide better access to the assessor's office live data. The board has previously denied a request of this magnitude, and the service period on this is December 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2025, which would require a significant decrease in the fundable amount.
Thank you. Is there any additional color from Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell?
No, Mr.
Here. Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none. Mr. Bump, I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Mr. Chairman, no hands raised at the moment.
Thank you very much. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move denial of item number 17.
Been moved by the auditor for denial. Is there a second? There's a second from the superintendent. Any discussion on the motion to deny Goshen County the GIS funds? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see thumbs up across the screen. Thank you. Next item, that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the list is number 18, Teton County. Teton County is seeking $3,200,000 for a search and rescue helicopter. Apparently with the COVID, they are seeing more recreationalists out in the backcountry, which has resulted in more search and rescue requirements. The concern is that this equipment is too tangentially related to COVID-19 to be eligible. And the concern also is whether or not this satisfies the cost effectiveness requirement of the Treasury guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell. Any further color? Hearing none, is there any question from the board for staff? Just a comment from me, we've had $150 and now $3,200,000. It would be nice in between somewhere. So, anyway, Mr. Bump, I don't know if we have any hands that are raised.
Mr. Chairman, no hands currently raised.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move for denial of application number 18 for Teton County for a search and rescue helicopter in the amount of $3.2 million.
It's been moved by the secretary and seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion on the item? All in favor of the motion to deny the search and rescue helicopter funding for Teton County number 18, signify with a thumbs up or an eye. That goes across the screen. Thank you. That motion carries. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to number 19, the town of Wheatland. They are seeking $13,475 to fund a backup generator for the town's facilities in case it needs to disseminate health and other information during a blackout. It will keep the town functional in the event of a power outage. While the purchase appears to be too tangentially related to COVID-19 to qualify as an eligible expenditure, that is the concern of staff.
Thank you, Madam Director. For my information, and maybe Ms. Blackwell or Mr. Miller can remind me, I thought we dealt with something very similar to this yesterday.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Yesterday, a generator was funded. I can't remember for which applicant, but if I recall correctly, part of the reasoning behind that request was that it would be used for the public health department in case the vaccines were in that office. It would help run the freezers and refrigerators for the vaccines. This applicant has not indicated that vaccines would be supported by the generator. It's mostly for directing calls and answering questions during the COVID-19 pandemic, according to their application. But if the applicant is on the line, I would defer to them to give us more details.
Mr. Chairman, that was Fremont
Thank
County.
you. Ms. Blackwell, I thought there was a Wheatland example that we discussed as well.
Mr. Chairman, there was also a request for an incinerator from Wheatland, and I believe that it was determined they would not be able to get the permitting for that done in time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I do see Ms. Wright is got her hand raised. Ms. Wright, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. Just on a quick note, the incinerator was funded as long as I could get the permitting in place beforehand. So, but on to the generator. We know this is an unusual request and we appreciate the opportunity to defend the generator as it is related to COVID-19. Wheatland Town Hall has no backup power, and when the power is out, our servers are down. This affects all Town of Wheatland departments, including the employees working remotely due to COVID-19. They are unable to connect to our servers. Last month, we were awarded coronavirus relief grant funds, which have allowed us to purchase computers and equipment so our employees can isolate and work remotely. We need a backup generator so we can keep the town operating smoothly in case of a power outage with the need of these servers. Another COVID-related justification for the generator is our phone system. Our phone system is internet-based, which is good and bad. We have the ability to transfer and answer our phones from home while working remotely. But if the power is down at Town Hall, our entire phone system is down. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we've become the first point of contact for our community, especially the elderly. We received calls on asking about the governor's mandates, which restaurants are open, where they can get tested for COVID, what they do if they are not feeling well, the number of COVID cases, and who they can contact to get their groceries delivered. I know we have a high population of elderly people and they're doing their best to remain isolated. Without power and a backup generator, we're unable to answer those calls. And actually just about 10 minutes ago, since we've been on this, we lost power and I was frantically getting on my phone so I could defend this request. But we're doing everything to keep our staff and our community healthy and to stay fully operational during this pandemic. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Any questions for Ms. Wright from the board? Hearing none. What's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Treasurer. You're on mute, Mr. Treasurer.
I think it's a fairly strong connection with COVID, the way that they have their phone system hooked up, and living over on that part of the state more than once for extended periods of time, you can have your power go down, even though you're next to pretty close to a power plant. Wyoming winds seem to wreak havoc. So I would move for approval for the backup generator, the town of Wheatland, to the amount of $13,475.
It's been moved by the treasurer. Is there a second? Is there a second? There is a second from Secretary Buchanan. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please signify with a thumbs up or an aye. So thumbs up from the treasurer, the superintendent, and secretary. Nays signify with a thumbs down or a nay. And that would be the auditor is a thumbs down. And I will be an aye on that, Director Scoggins. Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Wright.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next item. Director,
Mr.
that
Chairman.
motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is number 20, the town of Marbleton. They are seeking $659,000 to hire additional mental health providers. The application provides that there has been a drastic increase in mental health needs due to the impact of COVID such as lost wages, students being out of school, and the general uncertainty. It appears, however, that these services would primarily be rendered in 2021 and beyond, and so are likely not eligible.
Thank you. Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell, any further color?
Mr. Chairman, I would note that I believe your office has also been working on some mental health support for the end of the covered period. So there might be some overlap there. To the extent that this program would extend beyond the end of the year, it's just simply not eligible. The program that's being asked here for this application. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, any questions from the board? Seeing none, I do have a Sam Bixler who's raised his hand. Mr. Bixler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. This is kind of an out-of-the-box thinking. The goal of these funds is to be used and held in a trust. So the idea is, I mean, we all know about the 4 boxes we have to check. It has to be unbudgeted, has to be COVID related, and the product and service has to be delivered before the 30th. If we can consider this trust fund as a product or service delivered before the 30th, then I think it will meet all the criteria of the CARES Act funds. And it's also sort of a risk-free proposition where if it is flagged by a federal audit, the funds are held in trust, therefore could be returned very easily.
Thank you, Mr. Bixler. Any questions, follow up from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I think all of us would agree that the mental health aspect is certainly a necessity relating to COVID. My question maybe for the Attorney General's office, because in my mind, and it's a creative suggestion with regard to the trust, but I'm not sure that that utilization factor would be met by placing funds in a trust versus having been expended on actual mental health services prior to the end of the year. So just a little bit of context from perhaps the AG's office on that, because that's the linchpin for me on this one. And then if we get past that, I'd want to know, I mean, for a town the size of Marbleton, to hear a little bit more about the reach of this mental health service, because for $659,000, that seems rather sizable. So I'm guessing it would be something that would, extend out through the county. So.
And Mr. Chair.
Ms. Monger.
Sure. And so to answer your question, Secretary Buchanan, this is an impermissible use. The guidance actually says that the subrecipient must also receive the goods or services. So the trust isn't the service. The service is the mental health treatment and availability for mental health. And so that's the service that we're receiving, and that's what has to be received by December 30th. So this is an absolutely impermissible use of these funds, in our opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monger. What's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I appreciate the effort, and we know that this is a need, but unfortunately, it just sounds like it's not something that's going to meet the criteria given the timeline that's involved here. And so, I think regretfully, but I'll have to make the motion that we deny application number 20 for the town of Marbleton, the request being $659,000.
Thank you. The motion's been made by the secretary. I see the superintendent has her hand raised.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that with a suggestion that Sam and the town of Marbleton reach out to our federal delegation, because I think that in any upcoming relief bill, this concept is very viable and quite workable for, especially for rural America. And so I second that, but with that suggestion for Mr. Bixler and the town of Marbleton.
Thank you, Superintendent. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to deny the town of Marbleton, please signify with a thumbs up or an eye. And I have a thumbs up from everyone on screen. Thank you. Mr. Bixler, thanks very much. And we'll bring this concept up to the delegation. I'm talking to them a little later today.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
everyone.
very
I
much
appreciate
for
the
being here.
consideration.
Next item.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is Teton County. They are seeking $25,000 in funds for quarantine housing through March of 2021. Because these expenses will largely be spent in 2021, they are not eligible under this program. That's the concern.
Thank you, Madam Director. Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell, any further comment on either this proposal?
Mr. Chairman, we reached out to the applicant and I believe that their answer was that none of the money would be able to be spent this year. I believe it would all be for January through March of 2021. If the applicant's on and I misunderstood their communications, they're welcome to correct me, but that was my understanding from our contact with them.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Bump, I don't see anyone with a hand raised. I'll give it a moment in case somebody.
Mr. Chairman, I do not see any hands raised either.
All right. Well, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move denial of request number 21.
It's been moved by the auditor, denial of, and seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. Thumbs up from the treasurer, the auditor, all of them. That motion carries. Thank you. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter, number 22, Carbon County. They are seeking $5,111 in funding for processing and credit card fees associated with online ticket sales related to its demolition derby. The concern here is necessity.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, Ms. Blackwell. Any additional comment? Seeing none. Board members, any questions? I see Wendy Newgrove has raised her hand. Ms. Newgrove, thanks for being here 2 days in a row. Mr. Bump, I believe maybe yesterday we had to have a phone connection.
Wendy, your microphone is turned on. I do not have any phones called in at the moment. If you need to call in, similar to yesterday.
So, board members, Wendy is attempting to call in Ms. Dubrow. Mr. Bump, if there's a chance that she can call in, maybe we can move on and then come back to visit this, if that's okay with the board.
Mr. Chairman, I have a phone called in here. I think it's her.
Oh, here we go.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We sure can. I'm so sorry about it.
Sorry, guys. I apologize. I just wanted to do some clarification on that $5,111. We had to, for the demolition derby during the COVID, we had to utilize Platte Valley Community Center's online booking program for the ticket sales to the demolition derby because we had to cut sales and everything. And the Platte Valley Community Center charged us $1 per ticket sold with the additional fees, and that's what we're requesting, to reimburse the fair board for those unexpected expenditures to hold the demolition derby.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dubrow. Is there any follow-up or questions from board members?
Mr. Chairman?
I have the auditor and then I have the secretary. So, Madam Auditor.
My question was there any reason that the ticket purchaser was not charged those fees as is typical whenever a credit card is used by a government in an online format like that?
I am not. I'm not sure on that. All I really understand for the from the information that I received from the Fair Board is the agreement that the Fair Board had with the Platte Valley Community Center was to charge $1 per ticket sold, and then those necessary fees to use their program, I guess it would be, for the ticket sales, the online ticket sales.
That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up question on the fees. So at $1, but then was that all inclusive of the other fee you talked about? Or what were your ticket sales? Because at $1, it would be the number we're seeing. But if there were these other fees that are kind of nebulous, I'd kind of like to know how much those fees were in relation to tickets sold.
Okay. From what I have in front of me, it says the agreement was to pay the Platte Valley Community Center $1 per ticket sold, which equaled $1,448. And then, in addition to the credit card fees, the board, it says the board has never had to pay for with the in-person ticketing, and those fees totaled $3,663. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, but I guess, and I'm just kind of going on the fly here though, going into that proposition, and I'm assuming this is, I don't know if it's supposed to be kind of a moneymaker for the fair board or just break even, but sounds like that was not a very good business decision because, you know, you sold 1,400 tickets and you owe $5,100.
I see what you're saying. Yes. Typically the demolition derby draws a huge crowd for Carbon County and for the fair board. And due to the COVID, they had to cut the size of the ticket sales in half. So there was only a certain amount of tickets to be sold. And I think that is why we had to go through that online ticket sales to make sure that we only met that half criteria.
And then a follow-up, Mr. Chairman, and this is really perhaps for somebody from the AG's office, and maybe for some other things, applications we've considered before, but I can see how this is related to COVID, but the underlying activity is really a tenuous connection to COVID, unless we set a precedent or there's some guidance from the Treasury that says, you know, regularly scheduled things that had nothing to do with COVID, if you wanted to continue doing those things during this pandemic, then it is related to COVID. And the fact that you had to do things differently to have these activities not related to COVID will still be eligible, because I'm struggling with that piece of this to kind of make that connection, because it seems at least once removed from a specific necessity.
And Mr. Chair,
Ms. Monger.
I'll try to respond to that, Mr. Secretary. So I think there's two sort of components of things that are eligible for funding. And those are the steps, the public health, the public safety steps that the government takes, and the expenses that are related to those steps to mitigate or respond to COVID. And there's absolutely nothing in the guidance or the FAQs that would say, you know, going forward with scheduling previously scheduled events, even if they probably aren't in the best public health interest, is a proper expense. But the second part is the economic recovery. And in responding to the secondary economic offense, secondary economic applications of that. So that's the other part of this. So I actually would say, though, when you look at the economic portion of that, what you're talking about is remarketing tourism and how it's safe. That's one of the specific FAQs. But things of this nature, I think you would have to say that it was essential to the economic, you would have to tie it to the economic portion and not the necessary for the government to respond to COVID, because I don't think you can put it into that category. So you'd have to look at it from the economic effects side of the CARES funding.
Thank you, Ms. Monger. Mr. Secretary and I see Ms. Blackwell, but Mr. Secretary, was there a follow-up to that?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we did deny funding, I believe, to Weston County's fair at the last meeting for, it wasn't necessarily credit card expenses, but it was similar kind of expenses of, we weren't able to do X, Y, and Z. So that is the only situation that we've dealt with a fair specifically.
Thank you. Madam Auditor, I saw you had your hand raised, and Superintendent, did you raise your hand as well? Okay, thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, Brandy, it's kind of a quick follow-up. So I think I understand what you're saying is that we have to put it in the economic box and not the response to COVID box. But this is a government, and then it starts feeling an awful lot like revenue replacement to me. But am I thinking about that wrong?
Mr. Chair, Madam Auditor, I actually sort of had the same consideration as we were talking about this, right? Because we can't have revenue replacement if we're talking about a government entity. I would say, and I don't know that this fits. Let me say this, I don't think this fits, but the way that you could look at it is these were additional fees that were necessary to hold the event, and the event was necessary to mitigate the secondary impacts to small businesses in Carbon County who rely on this event. So that's how you'd look at it, is that it's not actually replacing revenue, that it was an additional expense that the Fair Board incurred to allow for this activity that was necessary economically for small businesses, basically, is how you'd have to justify it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Newborough, your hand is still raised. I didn't know if you had additional comment.
No, I did not. I'm sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move denial of this request.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam
second.
Auditor, is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, when I first saw this, on the face of it, I was ready to deny, as Ms. Munger walked me down, walking on the top of the corral fence, as I used to do when I was a young kid. I think she got me to the end of the corral fence, although it was a treacherous walk, Mr. Chairman. So I think that I would support this, because I can see, I guess, follow the logic that it was a necessary expense to provide for the support of the economic well-being of the community based on the responses that were necessary for the COVID. It's a lot of dominoes to hit and trip down, but she got me from one side of the corral on top of the rail to the other. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to deny funding for Carbon County signify with a thumbs up or an aye. See the auditor, I see the secretary, I see the superintendent. Those not supporting this motion, that would be the treasurer. I would be an aye. Madam Director, that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Newborough. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is Crook County Medical Services. They are seeking funding in the amount of $42,775. In review of the application, they are seeking equipment for their long-term care facilities, rural health clinics, and critical access hospital and ER. In review of the application, there were a couple things that did not seem to be sufficiently related to COVID-19 to be eligible. Those were the dietary workbench for $340, the dietary shelving for $308, dietary ice machine for $3,517, the delivery cart for $5,569, cushions in the amount of $1,145, additional cushions in the amount of $1,845, over bed tables for $12,512, cart with a leaf for $4,093, Cube truck for hauling laundry, $1,112. Lid for cube truck, $530, and chairs for $13,049.
Thank you. Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell, any further commentary on this? Hearing none. Any questions for the board? From the board, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems like we've had similar requests to this. The concept of moving from a community type of dining setting to a more private or isolated dining setting. And I was just wondering if staff could maybe, and I'm not looking for locations or firm decisions, just maybe confirmation that we have had other projects like this that have been funded.
Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I believe we funded similar items. However, these ones like cushions would be something I believe we've denied those in the past. I believe some carts we have denied. I believe ice machines are something that haven't been funded. That's one thing that I remember there's been differences there. Some of these items, I believe tables, depending on how the table has been used, that's another thing that has been funded and hasn't been funded. It's kind of situation specific. Pat, Jim, if you want to add any more to that.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe we've funded items in dining areas. So I know we've funded expansions to dining areas and individual tables in dining areas. I'm not recalling any application where we've funded these types of purchases for in individual rooms. I would note that the application itself was sparse. So if there's anyone on the line to speak for it, they would have better details than I do. But a lot of these were related to doing crafts in the rooms as opposed to actual dining. I believe most of the carts were craft carts and things like that. There may be some dining components to it, but that was kind of what jumped out at us as we were reading the application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Beth and Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, as far as the furniture, I mean, we've done that if it was, you know, for disinfecting. At the cushions, I would think if they were the type of cushions that could be disinfected, I think they'd probably fall in there. And the tables, I think, to the extent that certainly if they were for meals, I think they would qualify. I don't know. Sometimes I think we're getting a little nitpicky. The ice carts and I mean the ice machines and some of the carts, I know we haven't funded. I think we could, it'd be nice if somebody was here, but I guess I'd fall off and hope that somebody could give us some further details on this.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Bump, I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Mr. Chairman, currently no hands raised.
Thank you, Mr. Bump.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with that, I guess I would say that we would fund this to the extent of the furniture, provided that it was had the characteristics of being able to be disinfected, and the same characteristics with the cushions. Otherwise, I don't think there's enough to move forward on any of the other ones, because just, I don't have enough information. The furniture and the other ones, if they're disinfectable, I think that's something that we've done as a matter of course.
Mr. Treasurer, if I understand the intent of your motion, it would be to fund to the extent that they are disinfectable, the cushions at $1,145, the cushions at $1,845, and the cushions at $1,845. Would that also include the overbed tables at $12,512?
I just got the furniture, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't be adverse to funding the overbed tables, but I'm not sure what the overbed tables are used for. And I don't know how, some discussion from the other members, how they feel on this particular application, or we got a little time, I guess, if somebody we could table this to the end. If somebody jumps on in an hour to give us some more information, maybe that's the best way to handle this, and then rather than shooting from the hip, so to speak.
Ms. Blackwell.
I was going to say there is a spreadsheet that has everything split out if you would like to see that, or if you would like to table this temporarily, I can have my staff reach out and try to get someone to call in and answer the board's questions.
Pleasure of the board.
I'd like to hear from these people if there's a chance to hear from them. I think we have a lot of conjecture right now.
All right. Well, let's, Ms. Blackwell, let's try to do that. We'll move on to the Weston County application.
Mr. Chairman, the application number 24 is for Weston County. It's requesting $11,828 for courthouse modifications, which I understand includes perhaps a fourth entrance for attorneys and litigants to enter due to concerns about COVID. The concern is that the project doesn't meet the unbudgeted piece because the applicant has other funding available that can be used for this project, the CHS funds. And I would defer to Pat or Beth for additional information on that.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in the guidance on the unbudgeted requirement, it would a cost will meet this requirement if either the cost cannot lawfully be funded using a line item allotment or allocation within the budget, or the cost is for a substantially different use from any expected use of the funds in such a line item allotment or allocation. So basically, they have to be able to say that they don't have money available to cover this, or it would be substantially different than the previous use that they were going to intend that money to go to. It's our understanding from OSLI that this project does have funding from I believe from the board in a different program that is available to go to this use, and that it would be similar to what those funds were intended to use. So that's our understanding as to why this does not meet the unbudgeted requirement of the CARES Act.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, the program the county has money from is the courthouse security program, and there is adequate funding remaining in that program for them to use for this purpose. That also doesn't have the deadline of the end of the year to have that project complete. It's a little more flexible. I feel like this is a reasonable use for that. You can interpret the security in many different ways. However, security is also protecting those people from, being too close and encouraging the social contact. So I believe that this additional door would be absolutely fundable underneath their courthouse security program or grant.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Mr. Bump, I don't see anyone has raised their hand.
Mr. Chairman, no hands raised currently.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move denial of item number 24.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. As it's been seconded by the treasurer, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to deny item number 24 for Weston County's door, please signify thumbs up or an eye. I see thumbs up across the screen. All members, so unanimous. Madam Director, that passes. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is Sublette County. They are seeking $31,253 in funding for a public telecommunications portals to be placed in the library for the public's use. From our understanding, these are large sort of private phone booths with telecommunications equipment inside. The concerns are whether it's necessary to respond to the public health emergency and whether this is a cost-effective measure as required under the Treasury guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Miller and Ms. Blackwell. Any further commentary? Hearing none. Members of the board, any questions? Mr. Bump, I don't see any hands raised on this either.
Mr. Chairman, no hands.
Thank you very much. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move denial of item number 25.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. And it's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to deny item 25 funding, please raise your thumb or say aye. Madam Director, that motion is unanimous and it carries. Thank you. Next item or items.
All right. Mr. Chairman, we would recommend taking 26, 27, 28, and 29 together. The City of Evanston, number 26, is seeking hazard pay in the amount of $247,322. Number 27, Uinta County Fire Protection and Emergency Services Joint Powers Board is seeking $130,000 in hazard pay. Converse County, number 28, is seeking $6,800 in hazard pay. Number 29, Crook County, is seeking $26,400 in Sheriff's Office hazardous duty pay. These applicants are requesting funds to provide retroactive hazard pay. The concern is that this is effectively an ineligible workforce bonus, or could be viewed as that. And also there are concerns as to whether it can be considered necessary for a government entity to provide hazard pay several months after the duty was performed. So I believe this is a policy call on the board's part, and I would defer to Brandy and or Pat for further color on this issue.
Okay, Ms. Monger, I'll follow the director's order and recognize you first.
Mr. Chair, so the concern about this is, so the things that we'd be looking at were these hazard pay paid to either entice people to continue to work in hazard jobs or to continue working in those jobs? And was it paid contemporaneously? If those two factors, and it has to also be for work that is related to COVID-19, it can't be across the board hazard pay. The example that they give in the guidance is that you can give hazard pay to a police officer when he is enforcing a public health officer or a public health order, but you cannot give hazard pay to all police officers regardless of what they're doing. And so those are the concerns that we have with these requests. We believe that they represent workforce bonuses and that they are going back in time and providing across the board hazard pay to people. So those are the concerns with these requests.
Thank you, Ms. Monger. Mr. Miller, any additional commentary?
No, Mr. Chairman.
And just for personal recognition, I guess we, the issue of substantial, Ms. Monger, I think you have talked about substantially related to COVID-19. Is that's pretty clear in your view?
Yes, actually, the guidance is very clear on this. They have a section related to hazard pay where they make it extraordinarily clear that hazard pay has to be both for hazardous duty, and also that duty has to be connected to COVID-19, to mitigating or responding to COVID-19. So it's a two-pronged test for hazard pay.
Thank you, Ms. Monger. So I have a couple of hands raised, but first, the first hand I have raised is Treasurer Meyer.
Thank you. So if there was proper documentation that it was a hazard related duty to COVID-19, then these would be acceptable, I'm assuming. The paying it after the fact to me makes no sense as far as a reason not to, because that's exactly what we do with the rest of our payroll. But as long as they had the documentation of something that happened, you know, in March, April, May, June, whenever. But if they were enforcing health orders or is directly related to COVID, so that's I guess that's my question is that really if they meet the two standards, the paying it back for an earlier month necessarily isn't a factor that would make these non-payable.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, what we talk about when we talk about you're paying it back, of course, we're paying everything retroactively. What we're talking about is where these people, these entities didn't have a hazard pay policy that they were paying contemporaneously at the time, that they haven't previously paid hazard pay, that now what they want to do in December is to go back and provide a lump sum to people based on work that they've done in the past. And that's what makes it a workforce bonus as opposed to hazard pay that you're paying to actually keep those people working or to entice people to come and work in those jobs.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can I fine tune that a bit? A hypothetical that would say that you had an officer who was his duties after COVID popped up. He was the only officer on the force that went out and enforced the either the orders of the state or the county health officer about social distancing or any other order that was put in place, and he logged his time, and then you could pay him for that logged time as hazard pay. But if he was just making a traffic stop, you know, that wouldn't count. But the other ones, if they were logged and documented, then you could pay them.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, I'm not sure I understand your example, but what we're saying is if you paid hazard pay because you felt it was necessary and it meets the requirements, then yes, you could go back and you could reimburse that hazard pay. What we're saying is what you can't do is now say that we should have paid hazard pay for this. We didn't pay hazard pay, but now what we want to do is give a workforce bonus in December for all this past service, that's a workforce bonus, and that is a expressly ineligible expense under the CARES Act.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And I think one of the points you made that I think is an interesting one is about enforcing the orders. And I'd note that countywide health orders are relatively recent as far as like masking orders and things like that. And otherwise, you know, the requirements were relatively minuscule. However, we did have in a couple of counties several detention officers who were exposed. So there are examples that can be found elsewhere as well. I do have a number of hands that are up. I would point out that County Clerk Fritz also talks about the direct contact that detention officers had on a regular basis with prisoners who were positive. I know in Platte County, there was a substantial issue there as well. I think Ms. Fritz has pointed out the Park Services received hazard pay all this time, but that would be a matter of federal consideration, which is unrelated to CARES Act, but it's a good point. I do have Mr. Quinney, Eric Quinney, and I have Mr. Hodge, Jeff Hodge. So I'll recognize Mr. Quinney first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Eric Quinney with Uinta County Fire Protection and Emergency Services Joint Powers Board. We would have liked to have started paying our EMTs and firefighters hazard pay back in March, but this funding wasn't available. And our county valuation and our revenues have dropped and made budget impossible to start at the beginning of this pandemic to pay hazard pay. Had we known what this pandemic would grow into, it's something that we would definitely have liked to have gone and done right from the get-go. But our people are daily, every single call, are exposing themselves to COVID-19 patients or possible COVID-19 patients. Oftentimes a call comes in for a medical emergency, an EMT responds, and then 4 days later finds out that the patient that they had transported and spent time in the back of an enclosed ambulance was COVID positive. We spend time with these people from the Bridger Valley over to Evanston, so 45 minutes in the back of an enclosed ambulance, or over an hour transporting them down to Salt Lake City. To me, every EMS call, every fire call is a definition of hazard right now, especially during the pandemic. And if we had these funds available back in March, we would have certainly wanted to start being able to provide these to our folks, but couldn't because of budget. So I understand the point of being kind of a workforce bonus. We have 120 employees here, and 95% of those are mostly volunteer and or paid part-time volunteer EMTs, which means they volunteer their time to be on call and then get paid for the calls that they do go on. These people, their livelihood is not fire and EMS. They have other jobs. They work at other areas in town. And then but at night and on the weekends, they're responding to these COVID-19 and putting themselves at risk and on every single call. As you know, Evanston was an early hotspot for COVID after Memorial Day, and has continued to be a hotspot based on our population. We're almost at 1,000 cases, and certainly one of the lesser populated counties in the state. So I just feel like had we had this opportunity to start doing this in the beginning, we would have. But this funding, didn't come available until towards the end of the year, and so we would like to go back. And this pandemic is not going to end on December 30th. And we're going to continue asking our folks to respond and to put themselves in these situations and look for funding to continue the hazard pay into next year on our own. But we're just asking for help to go back and retroactively say, okay, based on the number of calls that you've been on, this is the hazard pay formula that we've come up on, and we want to not give you a bonus, but compensate you for the hazardous positions that you put yourself in all year. And we're going to continue to ask you to do that same thing well into 2021. So I just stand for questions, and I just feel like had this been available back in March, we certainly would have started it. We just did not have the budget to do so.
And Mr. Quinney, I certainly appreciate your comment, and I think it's absolutely correct. Let me ask though, would those people be doing something different if COVID weren't here? Would they not be responding to emergencies?
Well, they would certainly still be responding to emergencies, but they wouldn't have to don and doff all the additional PPE every call. They wouldn't have to spend the time decontaminating the ambulance to the extent that they're having to do so between every single patient. Because just because we took in somebody, from the nursing home with a mild respiratory infection, we have to decontaminate that ambulance, because we're not going to find out sometimes that they were positive or not positive for hours or days. And so we have to treat every single patient that we treat as COVID positive, because we don't know. And our people are just putting themselves at substantially more risk than they would have otherwise.
And thank you. And I'm not trying to be persnickety about this, but with precautions for things like AIDS, with bleeding and so on, wouldn't they also be trying to protect themselves against those kinds of conditions as well?
Oh, exactly. I mean, we certainly take precautions, and EMS and fire is hazardous by nature, for sure. It's just extra hazardous right now during the pandemic because there is no vaccine, and it is such a contagious disease. We certainly deal with tuberculosis, AIDS, all the other things that there's more defined treatments for, and doing the job is hazardous by nature, for sure, but it's just extra hazardous right now.
Thank you. I appreciate your candor on that. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Quinney, thank you for your continued effort and for trying to compensate fairly the volunteers that you do have. What we're struggling to get past, I think, is per the guidance, hazard pay almost has to be paid at the time that it occurs. And so my question is, and I certainly understand that you didn't know this money was available in March. We didn't know how it was going to be distributed until after the legislature met. So when did you start paying hazard pay? Did you start paying hazard pay when this funding became available? Because that has been for 5 to 6 months now that it was well known that this funding was available for that purpose.
We have not paid hazard pay to this point because we do not have the budgeted funds to do so. And so, March, April, our call volume went down by about 100 calls, and we're going to lose about $100,000 initially in the beginning of the year. And so our budget became even tighter. And so we have not we could not afford to pay hazard pay until we received this grant. And unfortunately, in going through and learning about this grant process and what was eligible and what was not, we're late in the ball game. But these people did perform this hazardous work, and I do feel like they deserve to be compensated for that, not as a bonus, but as a compensation for putting themselves on a daily basis in an extra hazardous position. And so we have not paid hazard pay because we cannot afford to do so unless this grant is approved.
One quick follow-up. Do you have a hazard pay policy currently? And if so, when was it implemented?
We do not currently have a hazard pay policy before this. This is something that we've developed right along with this grant that we're moving through, because like the governor had mentioned that, fire and EMS is hazardous by nature, law enforcement hazardous by nature, but we haven't really paid hazard pay for a job that's hazardous by nature. It's just built into kind of the system. But and people volunteer to do this kind of stuff, if you can believe that. And they volunteer to spend an hour with a COVID patient, and they're paid mildly for their time, but spend an hour on a ride down to Salt Lake City, or an hour and a half in an enclosed box with somebody that they know is infected, and they still do that. But so this pandemic kind of, I think, caught us all off guard and created an extra hazardous situation in the year 2020, and something that we're responding to, and we'll certainly have a hazard pay policy into the future.
Thank you. Those were all my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Okay. Thank you very much. I see Mr. Hodge and recognize Mr. Hodge. So.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Board. This hazardous pay has been kind of a confusing issue with a lot of the sheriffs and law enforcement. When we found out about it, the Highway Patrol had been given 3 months of hazardous pay, May, June, and July. I recently applied and received May, June, and July for the patrol deputies and detention officers. And so I reapplied for August, September, October, November. And I have spoken to the park law enforcement supervisor for the Wyoming State Parks, and they have been receiving hazardous duty pay from the very beginning through December. So I believe there's been precedent set here. There has been some confusion. Law enforcement didn't know the funds were available. As far as budgeting is concerned, we cut $1 million out of our budget. So we obviously did not budget for hazardous pay in those budgets. I guess I'll echo some of the conversation before. Law enforcement is in a particular situation because a lot of the things that they have to respond to, they're not going to be able to don the proper PPE when they respond to domestics, households, fights. They're just not going to be able to take that time. When they're working in the jail, we obviously know what kind of happens in the jails. They get spit on. Those are things that you cannot prepare for. That makes it defined by me as hazardous duty. When you work in the medical field, and I'm not taking anything away from the medical professionals, but they're prepared. Most of the time they have time to prepare themselves. Law enforcement, they do not have that time to prepare for some of these situations that they're put into with the COVID virus. So I guess that's where I'm at. There's been precedent set. I've received it for May, June, and July. The Wyoming Highway Patrol received it through the CARES Act. The state parks have been receiving it through the CARES Act from the very beginning. So I guess that's my argument for you folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Auditor Racinas.
Mr. Hodge, I'm so sorry. Which application, who are you representing?
Crook County. Crook County Sheriff.
Okay. And so you have already been paying hazard pay. Is that correct?
No, we don't. I have not been paying it monthly. What we did was we paid May, June, and July when we received the reimbursement authorization from the CARES Act.
Okay. Thank you for that additional information. And so the current request is for August, September, October, November, I would assume.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments? Mr. Hodge, I'm actually researching the state parks. We looked early on with folks early in the progression of the disease. It was a long time ago, March, April, at folks for YDOT at the check stations and doing driver's tests and things like that. That I'm relatively familiar with, where we weren't absolutely certain. I'm trying to remember
Mr. Chair.
what the situation was with park park employees.
Mr. Chair,
We did have, yes,
I can answer that question for you as we handled all the hazard pay requests. So with state parks, we paid for people who had cleaning responsibilities, that had sanitizing responsibilities. We also approved hazard pay for those rangers who came into significant contact with the public. I think if you remember early on during this pandemic, the parks were basically overrun with out-of-state campers. So those were the classifications that we provided. But again, the point to this is not that these jobs aren't hazardous. The point is that those were paid pursuant to a hazard pay policy, and they were paid contemporaneously with the work that was being done. And that is our concern on these, is that these were not being paid contemporaneously with the work that's being done. They're now looking to go back in time to pay these workers, and that is a workforce bonus. That is not hazard pay as hazard pay is defined.
thank you, Ms. Monger. I have a Mika Madrid who's raised her hand. Ms. Madrid.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Our request, like the others, is related to law enforcement and to maybe a little bit lesser degree to our Public Works Department. And I am joined this morning by our Police Chief, John Kirby, and our Public Works Director, Gordon Robinson. And so they can add some context to our request as well.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, John Kirby.
Please proceed.
I would just like to echo what my fellow emergency responders had shared. We're in much the same spot. We also don't have a policy. We are working on it. We also did not have a budget and we're not able to pay hazard pay prior to this. My department has responded to close to 5,700 calls from March until the end of October. Numerous of my people have been exposed. I have 5, which is 15% of my workforce that have contracted COVID, and numerous other ones that have been out on quarantine. So I understand the concerns, and you know, we maybe should have done something different. We didn't really have the abilities to do that different. I think we're all working on tight budgets, but we work closely with EMS. Law enforcement does. Constantly, we're in touch with the public. We try to put on personal protection equipment as we can. We are not often able to do that. We also work at the schools. We respond to ambulance calls, as you heard from Mr. Quinney. A lot of theirs are volunteers, so especially in the evening hours after 5, they're amazing. They respond quickly. They do a great job, but we're usually the first ones on the scene. We've built some protocols with the fire department and EMS on how we're handling those. But I think this just kind of caught us all. And now we have people that are working hazardous jobs that are always hazardous, but are much different because of the pandemic. So thank you for your time.
Has a question.
Thank you. And I see Auditor Racinos maybe has a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the, one concern I have, you know, because I'm trying to get around the problems with this and find some way to fund it. And I keep running into roadblocks. And so one of those I'm going to ask a question about. I'm guessing that most, and any of the applicants could answer this, that it would be common for the types of folks that would like to apply this hazard pay to. Do they work overtime?
Since I'm on mic, this is John Kirby. Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I will answer our portion of that.
Sure.
Most of them that apply for this do work overtime. There are a couple of people that are salaried, but most do work overtime.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up to that. Hazard pay is required to be calculated in your hourly wage in the computation of overtime. And so I guess my question is, and that's part of the reason that I think it gets very, very complicated when you don't pay hazard pay as it occurs, as the hazard is occurring. And so I guess my question is, have you thought of that so that you are not violating the FLSA for not paying the proper overtime? Or have you already done that calculation as to additional monies that you would have to pay out to these folks because their overtime payments would have been more back in that time period that they now would have hazard pay related to?
I'm understanding what you're saying, and I have people at City Hall that hopefully would handle that appropriately and keep me out of trouble because they're much smarter at that than I am. I did have one other follow-up question. The county that we live in just received hazard pay that went back to March for their people clear through. I'm not sure what their time frame was. And I was just wondering what the difference with theirs and the ones that we're all looking for now are.
Mr. Chairman, I kind of have that same question. Maybe if OSLI or the AG's office could help us with that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you. So all payroll approvals up to this point have been conditioned on compliance with the board's payroll policy and the guidance in FAQ. So we haven't been scrutinizing those requests with the understanding that we would need additional narrative and justification when they came in for reimbursement on the back end. So this is really the first meeting where we've identified a couple of requests that were for back hazard pay. So this is the time for the board to make that policy call. And if the board makes the policy call for against hazard pay, then we would treat all applicants equally. So even if they were previously, that was included in their payroll request, we would have to deny that on the back end. If the board approves it, we would pay it for all applicants going forward. So this is the first one where we had discrete applications where we were able to identify the back hazard pay. And Beth can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe we've paid any of that out yet. It's all been contingent on approval on the back end. That's how the payroll list has been functioning this whole process.
Mr. Miller, if I might sort of follow that, as I understood, if a person could document what they had done that was related to COVID-19 in some specificity, that would support the CARES Act application. Simply the potential of being somehow potentially exposed just in the course of normal duties, if those duties didn't change because of orders, because of just statements about not enforcing orders, things like that. Would that, I guess that is a distinction I thought was somewhat material to the policy. And the reason I mention that is it's been very hard because virtually anybody at this point, anywhere in the state, in the course of their normal duties, is potentially at risk to COVID. So school teachers, sanitation workers, dog catchers, all sorts of people could be otherwise. And I think you were trying to struggle with finding some supportable criteria to make sure that the funds were spent appropriately. And Mr. Miller or Ms. Monger, I guess that's really the question I'm trying to come to. because I can't really think of anyone at this point in the state who is not risking catching COVID just going out to a sporting goods store.
And Mr. Chair, this is Brandy Munger with the Attorney General's office. And so, yes, you're right, because across the state, we did have various agencies paying hazard pay, and a lot of those we actually said, no, those don't meet the requirements of the CARES Act because they're not extraordinarily hazardous. They're just the jobs they're always doing. So some of the things that we looked at in considering whether something was extra hazardous was extended amount of exposure to the public. And let me give the example, and that would be Department of Workforce Services front-facing people who were handling unemployment claims related to COVID, so that their jobs were both related to COVID and they became extra hazardous because they had extraordinary access to the public. Prison guards who were exposed to prisoners with COVID or who had higher instances of exposure to COVID, those sorts of folks. It couldn't just be that you have a front-facing job and now the public is dangerous and so your job has become dangerous. So we've sort of created some categories of workers and instances that we believe are more hazardous. Again, then we also get to the problem of, is this hazard pay or is this workforce bonus? And if it's hazard pay, and I think the auditor has a much better understanding of all of the issues that go into hazard pay, really different than workforce bonus, right? Like giving somebody just a lump sum at the end of the year, that isn't hazard pay because it doesn't have the implications of hazard pay. So that's what we're also talking about here is how it's paid and the implications of when it was paid. But yeah, there's categories of workers and we can look at those on a case by case based on the hazard pay policy to know who is getting that hazard pay. But, and it is tricky and it is hard to sort of say that this is extraordinary and not just part of the hazard of any job. But we've managed it with the state in sort of looking at how those positions are responding to COVID and how they are extra hazardous while they are responding to COVID.
Thank you, Ms. Munger. I have a Karen Rimmer, and Ms. Rimmer, would you like to address the board? Is Mr. Bump, maybe Ms. Rimmer is having trouble, and maybe there's a way that she can call in?
Mr. Chairman, I will put that information in the chat. Ms. Rimmer, if you would like to try and call in if you're having technical difficulties.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I believe she's with Converse County, and I was going to give the board some information. This would be the number 28 application. This particular piece of Converse County, in their application, they have a whole list of things for this, but this particular request is for, I believe, $80 or $85 extra that they have paid for election workers. My office sent out communication, to the clerks, and as you know, it's tough to recruit poll workers, especially in the COVID environment. And so our office had some monies through the election assistance commission. And so we sent out communication to the counties saying, you know, because of COVID, we will reimburse you for amounts above what you would normally pay your election workers because of COVID. And we did classify that, or we called it hazard pay, just so you know. The issue now is that we are out of our matching funds for that. And so it looks like this application is coming to us, you know, for CARES Act funding in general. And I know that they've already paid this money. And so it's just really a question, I think, of, you know, as Ms. Monger just said, you know, elections, we weren't used to dealing with COVID, but that was something we did communicate to the counties as far as election workers were concerned, that we would reimburse them above and beyond what they would normally pay. And of course, election workers did have extensive time being in the presence of the public. So just that's the background of this request as I'm aware of it. I just happen to know a little bit about that area and this type of application. So since while we're waiting on her, that's kind of the gist of that particular request. That $6,800 is money they've already paid to recruit election workers, and they advertised that up front, that they would be paid extra to work in that environment. Just
thank you, Mr. Secretary. I believe maybe Ms. Rimmer is on.
Mm-hmm. Yes, can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Appreciate Mr. Ben Bump getting me access in here. So yeah, and Secretary Buchanan is correct. That is what I wanted to speak in regards to, was the election hazard pay. A couple clarifications is I didn't realize when the application was submitted that we needed to indicate that these funds would already be paid, which they have been. They went out with our accounts payable that was just processed on December 1st. And in addition to that, this was an additional $85. Typically what we would pay is $165, and we added the $85 per election judge, just because we did require them to wear the masks and or shields all day long. They didn't have the option to take them off. So that was kind of what it was in regards to, and then the social distancing, that sort of thing. So does that answer your question?
Thank you, Ms. Rimmer. Yes, I think that provided additional clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members of the board, this is a particularly challenging determination, and I want to say to anyone online how much I appreciate the requests. I think we are in a difficult set of circumstances, and so I'm not sure that the way these have sort of stacked up, that we can handle them as a group. And I'm just looking to you if that is a proper judgment on my part, in which case I think we should sort of back up and go line by line. Okay. I'm getting general appraisal that is the appropriate way to proceed. So perhaps, Mr. Secretary, we can start with Converse County 28. That's the most recent testimony, and that gives us maybe the opportunity to think about that one first, if that makes sense to you, Mr. Secretary.
yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, I mean, the EAC, which is the Election Assistance Commission, is a federal entity that offers guidance to the states on all things elections. And we receive federal monies in our office to do a lot of different things. Some of the media campaign you saw with regard why it was safe to vote at the polls, and the precautions we had taken and paid for, et cetera. And that counted as our match money. We have to have 20% out of our own state budget to match for the federal dollars that my office gets. And so we paid out to several counties out of our funds for this very same specific purpose. But as you know, with the budget cuts and everything we're facing, we can't meet our 20% match anymore. And so this application comes from Converse County in that context. And so I guess, my big question to them and I went back and looked at the application is if you haven't spent this yet, that basically means you didn't start off with a policy that you were going to pay hazard pay for your election workers. And as you just heard, they did spend the money. That was telegraphed, communicated from our office early on and from the counties when they were recruiting poll workers. So this was a policy that was in place. It was a policy informed by federal guidelines, albeit under a slightly different program, but it was still COVID money that we're working with in our office with the match requirements, just a different program. And so I guess in my mind, if it meets the criteria that these employees were eligible because the example Ms. Monger gave, you have workforce services. I guess that's dealing with unemployment because of COVID, but we had to conduct an election despite COVID, I would say. And certainly these folks were exposed to the public for a minimum of 12 hours in a given day. And as Karen so nicely said, I mean, we required them to do the PPE, and they were certainly there. So I think they meet the requirements on the COVID side, and also on, it was defined as hazard pay. They had a policy of it. It was done up front, and it's already been paid. So they're asking for reimbursement. So that's all I have to say about this particular one, because I just happen to know a little bit more about it.
And Mr. Chair, so I would also—
Ms. Monger, go ahead.
Sure. So I would also say that the poll workers, if you're in relating this to COVID, they were also making sure that people were social distancing. I think they were doing some sanitizing of the booths and the like in between the workers. So that would tie to it being more hazardous because they're front facing and with a tremendous amount of the public that they had out on election days. And they also were taking steps to mitigate and respond to COVID, in that they were making sure people kept social distancing. They were making sure that things were properly sanitized, that people were using the little pins instead of touching the screen. So that one would seem in our mind to meet all of the requirements for hazard pay. It's the type of payment that hazard pay is sort of there for.
Thanks, Ms. Monger. Further discussion? Mr. Secretary.
In light of that guidance, because that was the last piece that I had questions on with regard to this, Mr. Chairman. So I would move that we approve Converse County's application number 28 for hazard pay for election workers in the amount of $6,800.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the secretary and seconded by the auditor. Further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see the auditor, the superintendent, the secretary have raised their thumbs, and I have as well. I do not believe the treasurer is with us, so that motion That motion carries. And if the Mr. Treasurer is returning. Mr. Treasurer, the motion that was on the table, which we wanted to offer you the opportunity to vote on, is to for the Converse County election judges in the amount of $6,800.
And the motion was to fund those, Mr. Chairman?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm an aye.
Okay, thank you. That carries. So with that, members of the board, how do you want to proceed? Do you want to move to City of Evanston, number 26, $247,322? I think Mr. Quinney has his hand up.
Mr. Chairman and the board, as you consider these next three, I think they're all similar. I would just ask that you, when the Mr. Secretary spoke, the election folks had clear direction from the Secretary of State's office on what they needed to do for hazard pay and matching. I don't feel like we received clear direction and had the ability to know what this pandemic was going to do. And so, yes, we're having to go back and pay in arrears and do that because we didn't have the budget and or the policies in place. But we're all trying to respond to this pandemic in the heat of the moment as it goes on right now. And I would just ask that you will consider the extraordinary circumstances that we're finding ourselves in and having to go back and try to play catch up here and to try to take care of our people and it's not a workforce bonus, it's compensation for doing hazardous work in the middle of extraordinary times. And I would just ask that you consider that in your consideration that, yeah, in a perfect world, it's not good to go back and have to pay something that we haven't already paid, but we didn't have the budget and or the direction to know that that's how we were supposed to have to do it. Because I think had we all known that, hey, we needed to start paying this back in March, April, May, or whatever when we started it, and there would be funding to reimburse us, that a lot of our boards would have jumped on that. And we're just responding to this funding and trying to make sense of it and trying to help our people and to continue to fight this pandemic even as we move past December 30th, even though this funding is going to run out. I would just ask for your consideration of all those things as you consider these next three. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quinney. I'm going to see the treasurer and then the auditor. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just some clarification on the amount of money and I want to know whether or not that's the total that was paid for all salaries during this period, or whether it was a percentage of all salaries paid during this period.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Quinney.
For us, this is a percentage. It's based off of on the hazard pay at 20% of the payroll that had gone out for the emergency for the first responders. So it's based on a percentage.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that I think is consistent to what I would consider a hazard pay, not a bonus, but actually a hazard pay percentage, and that will get paid directly to the first responders. It's not going to be withheld by the city or any other employer.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Mr. Quinney.
Yeah, and that's correct, Mr. Treasurer. And I would believe that we would not be eligible to be reimbursed until we can prove that we paid that directly to the employee. So it would not be able to be held by the organization. That money would have to be paid and then submitted for reimbursement. And if we did not pay that to the people for that hazard pay, then we would not be eligible to receive the money, as I understand it.
Mr. Chairman, kind of a follow-up.
Sure.
I'm just wondering if that could be said the same as for the city of Evanston and Converse County and Crook County, or have we split these out and we're doing each one of these separately now?
We have split them out to do them separately.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me recognize the auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I just like to make sure I heard that correctly. The amount of hazard pay would be 20% on top of their normal salary. Is that correct? And Mr. Chairman, just out of curiosity, I think I would like to know what the other hazard pay amounts were from Ms. Madrid and Mr. Hodge, perhaps.
And we also have Mr. Nelson, Gilbert Nelson, on as well as Mika Madrid. Mr. Quinney, if you can address that, we'll let you do that first, and then Mr. Hodge, then Mr. Nelson, and then Ms. Madrid.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we figured that off of the 20% based off of research of what other entities were paying in regard to hazard pay, knowing that 95% of ours are just paid per call. So they volunteer for a 12-hour shift on the EMS, and if they go out for 3 hours, they're paid for just those 3 hours, and they've donated the other 9. So that 20% is based on that 3 hours. It's not based off their time they're volunteering to be on call. It's just that time that they're spent directly engaged in the hazard. And we're flexible. If you feel like that's too much and what we need to come up with, we just would like to provide something for our folks for the hazardous duty that they've been engaged in.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Quinney. Just for the information, the troopers had 3 levels of hazard pay based on the exposure and potential that they had in their position with the general public. That policy was in place for 3 months. So that just help enlighten. So I think I was going to recognize Mr. Hodge next. Mr. Hodge.
Madam Auditor, to answer your question, when I kind of looked at this, it was very hard I guess I looked at and said, well, the hazardous pay, do we pay somebody that's making $70,000 at 20%, or do we pay $40,000 at 20%? I thought that the hazard pay was pretty straight direct. It shouldn't really matter how much you were getting paid for salary. So when I did my research, I looked into what the Highway Patrol was paying based upon their normal troopers, some of their capital people, and then into the state parks, and just use their guidelines. Because my thought is a deputy's hazard is no different than a highway patrolman hazardous pay, not based on pay. I just didn't really see the need to try to separate. The hazard's the same to me. Does that answer your question?
It does, but what was the amount, Mr. Hodge?
That was $300 a month for normal troopers, and then $400 a month for capital. Am I correct, Governor? I believe when I talked to the Colonel reference, that's what it was. My belief is my deputies, when they're assisting the coroners, EMS, and they deal with more domestics and they're in more houses. So I put it at the higher amount for the deputies.
That does answer my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Mr. Hodge, just to follow up on that, is that to March, or is that for more for a 3-month period or some other interval?
Can you hear me? I haven't seen my unmute button.
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. when I initially did it, I did it for May, June, and July, the same as what the state had been doing with their employees. And then this last round, I did it for August, September, October, November. And then I found out later that the Park Service is doing it through December, but I couldn't figure out how we met that guideline because we had to, it was through December was my understanding, correct? I couldn't figure out how to get that December part in there for reimbursement. So we have to, like they said before, we have to prove that we paid to get reimbursed. And I'm looking into the future, and that's a future expense. And this money had to be expended by December 15th was my understanding.
Right. And Ms. Monger, maybe you can add some color to that.
I'd actually, Mr. Chair, I'd defer to Beth Blackwell. I think that we've had this conversation maybe yesterday about how they're allowing payroll to come through on a GDR stating what the expected December payroll would be. But you would then get paid once it's been expended. But Beth would probably be the better response to that.
Thanks. And I see Beth.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms.
members of
Blackwell.
the board. So the process or the policy that is on our website is related as it relates to payroll after December 15th. Our rules require GDRs to be submitted to our office by December 15th. In order to be flexible and to work with the communities and our grantees related to payroll, because payroll is one of those expenses, it's easy to estimate, you know, who's going to be working, you know, hours, that kind of stuff. This flexibility allows us to pay through December 30th. So what we are allowing entities to do that have payroll grants is submit a GDR by December 15th with your estimated amounts. Included with that GDR has to be a letter detailing how you determine those amounts. And then we will not pay that GDR until we've received the appropriate support to support those numbers. They have until January 30th to provide that support. We understand, you know, it's the end of the year. It may take some time to get all the payroll stuff closed out for some people. So we were just trying to be flexible and honestly trying to work with our grantees to allow them to use these funds.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess I might have a question for Beth. We've been looking at standards here. We've got some standards by a percent of payroll, some standards by so much a month. We may even have some standards by so much an hour. What is a standard which you would consider any one of those or all three of those as an appropriate standard? And if so, in what ranges?
Let me make sure I'm understanding. You're asking how much of payroll is a standard request?
No, Mr. Chairman. I'm asking what's maybe some guidance for the board and some of the stakeholders out there as far as these applications where should we be following what the Wyoming Patrol has done? Should we look at a different methodology?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I believe in Pat, Jim, or Brandy can correct me, but anyone who's received grant funds or funds from this program for payroll, they must comply with the payroll policy that the board put in place. So they must determine whether they're using a presumptive method or a pro rata method. That's a determination that each entity has to make. And then they have to carry that through with every pay request from that entity, regardless of it being a patrol officer or a safety officer or an EMT or a clerk. Pat, Jen, would you like to expand on that? Is that what you were asking,
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
this
Treasurer?
is, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, Ms. Monger.
And I think what the treasurer's question was is, as it relates to hazard pay, is there some sort of standard that we'd sort of accept if it went off of the state's hazard pay that they paid to their patrol officers or to state parks or whatever? I would say this, which is we'd look at the hazard pay policy and make sure that it was reasonable for hazard pay within some realm. If somebody wanted to give 100% hazard pay, that might not be a reasonable hazard pay amount. So I think that's your question, Mr. Treasurer. The second, so again, the second part of this is, and I keep saying this and I'll apologize, but I do want to be clear that our position is, and maybe there's a way that they could do it with the accounting and the auditor might be more aware of that, is that it still has to be hazard pay, which generally would require that it was paid contemporaneous with wages. And so if it doesn't meet that requirement, we do not believe it would be an eligible hazard pay expense. So that's our position on hazard pay.
Thank you, and I have the auditor and I have the superintendent. Superintendent, let me recognize you. Let me just add a little more clarification. There's one thing that is concerning me, and that is early on in this process where the notion was put forward prospectively that people would be dealing with COVID and therefore potentially at risk. The notion was put forward to just sort of generally fund the payroll, and we kind of denied that, opting for a policy that required some justification, and so that I just remind us one of our first meetings how difficult a discussion that was with particular reference to the city of Cheyenne, for example. The troopers, the three levels, the majority did receive around $300 a month. Some got $150, some a bit more. It was based on a A&I policy, and the policy was for May, June, and July, and then stopped. So that, but that's sort of matching what the A&I policy was with generally now what we're doing in the state. And I just mentioned that. So superintendent, and I do have Mr. Nelson on as well, but superintendent and then auditor, and then we'll go to Mr. Nelson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I'm continually just trying to synthesize all of this information, and it's getting more convoluted with every comment and every thought and every sort of new example or new standard. And for me, in order to synthesize it, I think it's it's best to maybe go back to keeping it simple. And in my mind, we have really clear guidance from the federal government, the legislature, and the precedent set by this board. And I certainly don't want to detract or minimize the work of our first responders and the important work that they do. But I'm not sure that we ought to be looking at other entities that were funded in a way other than this board to set a precedent. And so I'm struggling just a little bit, you know, and as we're talking, I thought, okay, I got to get another standard, and I checked on what teachers are, if teachers are being paid hazard pay, and then, you know, just kind of stopped short, because that really, in my mind, is less germane to this conversation than the guidance of the federal government, the guidance of the legislature, the precedent that we've set, and the guidance from the Attorney General. And I realize that doesn't make it black and white still, but I just would really caution us to not use other structures for payment to make our decision today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I just don't think I had heard yet. I believe it was from the city of Evanston as to what their proposed hazard pay amount was.
All right, let's revisit that after we hear from Mr. Nelson, and then Mr. Quinney might be able to respond to that. Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Chairman, Board, I apologize for our tardiness. This isn't about hazard pay, and we can revisit this and come back to this if you'd like. This was about the number 16, about the patrol vehicle for the Weston County Sheriff's Department. I have Deputy Sergeant Dan Fields here who would like to speak about that if the board is willing.
Okay, hopefully we can move forward with some alacrity on this other matter, but if you can hang on, we'll come Absolutely. Back to that at the very next item. Thank you very much. Auditor, you want to repeat your question to the city of Evanston and maybe Mr. And yes. I see Mika Madrid is on as well, so maybe Mika can answer that question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have for the Uintah County Fire Protection JPB, they got a 20% on top of salary. Crook County got either $300 or $400 a month, depending on the circumstance, and I don't know what city of Evanston did.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell, yes, please go ahead.
I'm sorry if I interrupted. This is John Kirby with the Evanston Police Department. I was just going to let you know that the amount the city of Evanston put in for was 10%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Ms. Blackwell, is there a possibility to put up on screen each of these, starting with the city of Evanston?
The application?
I'm just wondering, would that be helpful to the members of the board? Hearing no positive, never mind. Mr. Secretary, did you have Madam Auditor, I see your hand raised.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to do this, but I want to walk through an example about a serious concern I have about this issue. In my mind, hazard pay is most likely appropriate for these individuals, but I want to get back to the problem of the timing where they were not paid at the same time. And so I want to illustrate that because not only does it complicate things, it costs money. So for example, you have someone that is paid $20 an hour. If they get overtime, and these types of employees are often paid overtime, their rate of pay would be $30 an hour. And that overtime calculation and payment was made back in March, April, May, throughout the course of the year. If we retroactively chunk hazard pay into their paycheck in December, and for example, we'll use the 20% example, that hourly person would then make $24 an hour. And now, as far as reasonableness, none of those give me heartburn. I think those all sound like reasonable plans, but they would have to be paid $24 an hour. Their overtime rate of pay would be $36 an hour. And I appreciate, Mr. Quinney, I don't, thank goodness you're not an accountant. Thank goodness there's not that many of us. And I appreciate your comment, well, the front office is going to take care of that. It's a highly complex issue, and it also costs money. It's not just getting it right, because if you don't get it right, you're in violation of the Fair Labor Standards Act. But the problem is you then have to come up, they were paid, that theoretical employee was paid $30 an hour back in March for overtime. You have to come up with an extra $6 an hour for every hour of overtime that employee worked over the course of the covered period, and related taxes. And so my concern is, where's that money going to come from? And Mr. Chairman, I again apologize for doing math in front of everybody, but that's what's, I think that is a problem.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. I think most people don't understand that there are tax implications to CARES funding, no matter how it's delivered, and that certainly is an issue that will come up in 2021. So thank you for that. Mr. Quinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Auditor, in terms of the application for Uinta County Fire and Ambulance, we have 6 full-time staff that are all salaried and no overtime. And all the EMT and volunteer fire staff are all paid, per call on the ambulance side and stipends on the fire side. And so the way I had it figured out for the EMS personnel is 20% of what they made. So if an EMT went on one call in March and made $60 for 3 hours, let's say, they're going to get $12 in hazard pay for that one call. If another EMT went on 20 calls and made, $1,500, they would get 20% of the exposure that they had. That's why I didn't do it across the board, $300 a month for everybody, $400 a month, because some EMTs only go on one call a month. I have some EMTs that go on 30 calls a month. And so we don't have any overtime issues. It's based strictly on salaries and or the amount of calls that they went on in any given month.
Thank you, Mr. Quinney. Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I have one additional question for the AG's office. I apologize.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Brandy, I'm looking at the guidance and I'm looking at the FAQs number 29, and it says, is there a specific definition of hazard pay? And the answer is, hazard pay means additional pay for performing hazardous duty or work involving physical hardship in each case that it is related to COVID-19. So that definition doesn't reference does not reference to it being paid retroactively or not. So my question is, and I'm frantically searching the internet to try to go through the federal guidelines. Is there a different definition that you know of that is getting to the conclusion that it does have to be paid at the time it is earned?
Mr. Chair, Madam Auditor, so I think that the problem that we have is that, as you can see from the guidance and the FAQs, is that hazard pay, okay. Workforce bonus, not. And so hazard pay by definition is generally pay that is paid to perform, right? To perform the task, which indicates that it's paid contemporaneously. And because what you're doing is you're paying to either compel somebody to continue doing the hazardous job or to convince somebody to come in and do the hazardous job. And so that is our view of this, is that if it's hazard pay, it's paid contemporaneously. If what you're doing is you're going back in time and somebody's already worked, they've stayed on the job with that, and now you're just paying them, that's going to be bonus. That's a way of sort of saying thanks for all that you've done and we really appreciate it, and it's bonus. It's not to keep those people on the job, which is what hazard pay is for.
Follow up, Madam Auditor?
Yeah, real quick. I mean, Brandy, when you say, and I know we're splitting hairs here, but when you say, and you know, I have the U.S. Department of Labor definition pulled up of hazard pay as well. When you say by definition, is there a definition? Is there a written down definition that you're using, or is it more just a general understanding of what hazard pay is?
And we looked at that definition as well, Madam Auditor, because what I think it actually, and what that definition is work that is paid to perform extra hazardous duty. I don't have it right in front of me, but it's, I think it's actually right on target with what the guidance says. But if you look at what that language says, is it's extra pay to perform the duty, indicating that it's paid at the time that the extra duty is paid. Additionally, if you look at the guidance as it relates to hazard pay, what it talks about is the goal is to continue to have these people working and to make sure that they can do their jobs, which would also indicate that it's contemporaneous and not something that goes backwards.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, members of the board. I see the treasurer, and then I also, there are a few hands that are raised, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So if I'm reading these rules right, we could offer a signing bonus, but we can't offer back hazard pay. A signer bonus to do hazard pay for the next 15 days. And that can be anything that we think is reasonable. Is that, and this is to Ms. Munger.
And Mr. Chair, and Mr. Treasurer, I would actually say that's not correct. What you could do is you could say, this job that's normally a $15 an hour job, we recognize that we can't get anyone to do it because it's extra hazardous. And so we're going to pay it $30 an hour so that we can get it filled.
Okay.
Okay, so I have Clerk Fritz. I'll recognize her first, and then Sheriff Hodge.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. Can you hear me first?
Yes.
Oh, good.
We
Okay.
can. Thank you.
It's better than last time I tried to talk to you. I have been doing a quick research regarding what Auditor Racinas has said about the overtime. And I wonder if that should be left up to each county if they're awarded the hazard pay, that is something that would be something we're going to have to go back and look at, whatever overtime may have been paid back to March, and that's going to be the county's obligation to make it be at a higher rate, and let that be our issue, and still allow the hazard pay. COVID-19 is not finished. I mean, these detention officers are going to continue to be in the jail with these prisoners who are positive COVID, and this will probably be the end of hazard pay because everybody's revenue is down. So it's going to be very hard to be able to find the extra money to give them hazard pay. So I just would respectfully ask that they be allowed to have something that maybe they have been deserving all along, but we did not budget for because we didn't know it was available. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk. And I just so there's a bit of sort of history there. Initially, the board dealt with several very large requests to cover payroll, and I realize that's a bit different than what we have here. But we opted for an allocation model to make sure that it wasn't first come, first serve, who had the biggest office could provide the most resources and then put forward the best application. We wanted to make sure that all communities and counties had an equal opportunity, or at least a properly prorated opportunity to seek these funds. I'm a little mindful of the fact that there were some applications early on that were very similar to the ones we're dealing with now, that we should be consistent in how we deal with it. And I understand that's part of the conversation here, but I wanted to make that point. Mr. Hodge, your hand is raised.
I guess I'm going to go back a little bit on the payroll issue of it, because I think I'm maybe on board with Treasurer Meyer. I'm confused because if you pay forward, well, that's been eliminated, but we all pay in arrears. So whether we're paying 3 months in arrear or we pay at the end of the month for the job performed, doesn't matter, I guess is where I'm coming from, because we're obviously not going to pay them every hour they work for their hazardous pay. We pay them at the end of the month for that month that they've worked. So we pay them in arrears for the hazardous duty that they've performed. So whether it's 1 month that Crook County pays once a month at the end of every month, and then the next month. So the last time I did it, it was 3 months. This time it was 4 months. I guess, is there any determination whether it can be a month, 2 weeks? Some people pay on 2 weeks basis, monthly, whatever. I guess that's where I'm confused at. We're always going to be paying in arrears.
So Mr. Hodge, I don't know if this is directly responsive, but I understand your point. I do think the superintendent's point a little bit earlier about how we are mixing and matching different programs, different policies, et cetera, and trying to blend those as we move forward may make things more complicated rather than less complicated. But I do understand in the case of the patrol, it was my understanding that was anticipated and put in policy prior to. And then I do remember conversations early on where we were worried about ports of entry, and we were worried about the ability for people to get their driver's licenses renewed. And there was a real lack of understanding at that point about the infection, which is, I guess, ultimately proved pretty true, but how infectious this disease was, what people were being put at risk, and generally understanding that many of the people who were doing driver's license and port of entry were at a very risky age. Those were policy decisions that we considered carefully before putting in place. The notion being that if somebody's over 65 and is at a port of entry, where they're going to be dealing with trucks coming in from all over the country, unclear about what health they were in, we made the determination that was definitely an additional pay to have them put themselves at risk. And I think what we're talking about here is looking backwards and saying we knew everything was risky, and that's a little bit different equation. What I would mention, I think, is that we knew that the Sturgis Rally, which has such a large component that comes into Crook County, and really important events around the Sturgis Rally, that was a risky time, and so that might be out of the ordinary, making sure that people went there. I guess I'm trying to sort of walk my way through this, Mr. Hodge, so that we can come to some way of being consistent with how we've handled things in the past, understanding the policy decisions that were put in place, and then looking at specific incidents where there was a heightened level of risk, or individuals who were being put it up. We recognize now that if you're over 65, you stand a greater risk of complication than you do as a 20-year-old. Does that make sense?
Am I still on?
Yes, you are.
It does. I understand, yes, what you're saying. I guess my point is the state made that decision based on what they felt their folks that would be working, what dangers they would be in. At the beginning, I think we could all agree that up in this area, we had very limited COVID. Now that it's went along, and especially when we're dealing in small departments, our hazards have went up because we assist the coroner because we have all the unattended deaths. So we're going on those. We're going on multiple calls. And as we all realize, South Dakota is right on our border. So I guess, in my opinion, I think the state makes their decisions based upon what they feel their personnel are hazardous, and the counties kind of do the same thing. So that's kind of where I'm at. We get to make our decisions. The state makes their decisions because you have better knowledge of what your folks are going to be, exposed to. And I have better knowledge of what my folks are going to be exposed to. We had a small spike after the rally, but now South Dakota is dealing with a very large spike, and we're right on the border, and those folks travel back and forth across the state every day. So our hazards went up. And like the auditor, Madam Auditor said, we're definitely starting to split some hairs here and get in. But it's been a confusing issue from the very beginning. And I guess that's kind of where I'm at. Thank you, Governor, Chairman, and Auditor. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question for Brandy if she's not ready to beat me over the head with a 2x4, but that's the benefit of being on Zoom. So Brandy, I'm in the guidance, not the FAQs, but the guidance, and I'm looking at the non-exclusive examples of ineligible expenditures. And I'm looking at number 6, and I'm going to read that out loud. And so this is a very explicit example of you can't spend CARES money on this no matter what. And it says, quote, workforce bonuses other than hazard pay or overtime, end quote. So the way my knee-jerk reaction to that is that the guidance recognizes that hazard pay is a form of a workforce bonus. And that gets me comfortable with these expenses if, and this is a big if because I don't know that we have the underlying detail to these requests, if they meet the other high bar of hazard pay within the guidance. And that goes back to your good example of you can't just blanket hazard pay everybody. You have to have some justification that they have additional exposure. And so I just was looking at that and do you have any comments on that? Because like I said, the way it's written, it says workforce bonuses are ineligible other than hazard pay and overtime.
And Madam, Mr. Chair, Madam Auditor, so that is actually what we base this, when we look out and we're sort of looking and seeing where the risks are, we believe the risk is that you try to call something that is a workforce bonus hazard pay because that is an exception. And so then we need to make sure that what we're paying is really hazard pay. And so that's the question that we think is problematic, because I think, as you've pointed out, hazard pay is usually something that is included in addition to your hourly or salaried rate of pay. And so here, where we have the situation where somebody has not paid that contemporaneously with the salary or hourly rate of pay, and they're now trying to go back in time and say that they would be putting that onto the salary or hourly rate of pay, that there is there's concern on our part that looks like workforce bonus and not hazard pay. And so I get what you're saying, that hazard pay is maybe a form of bonus. I wouldn't say that overtime in any way, shape, or form is a form of bonus, because it's required by law. And so I think they were trying to be clear that workforce bonus, and we're not talking about hazard pay or overtime, but workforce bonus cannot be paid with these funds.
Check in around 20.
Treasurer, thanks. Thank you.
Treasurer, thank you. And I recognize Secretary Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And those comments so with what the auditor read, it sounds like they characterized hazard pay, or at least recognized hazard pay, as sort of a form of bonus, maybe simply because it's above and beyond the normal pay, because they said, work bonuses other than hazard pay. And so my question is it seems like they're saying, okay, we recognize that this is above and beyond, and it wouldn't be allowed except if it's for hazard pay. And we've got these applicants who are not suggesting to pay everybody extra money. It's just folks that are clearly, well, in my mind, it's clearly more hazardous duty than normal. But I guess my question goes to, based on what the auditor read, where is it? Because my next stumbling block is this contemporaneous pay. And where is it? I know that's a measurement, and it's a logical measurement to say, well, if you contemporaneously paid it, then it must have been hazard pay. But how how much weight do we give to that contemporaneous pay such that if it wasn't paid contemporaneously, it just isn't eligible? Whereas compared to if you said, okay, they're paying it to occupations that were clearly dealing with the COVID public, as some of these folks have said, they didn't have the money to pay it at the time, but they're telling us it's hazard pay for this certain select group of folks. I guess, and that's convoluted, and I apologize for that, but the contemporaneous factor, if you will, like you might see something in the Internal Revenue Code, and they give you these guidance, and Treasury is kind of the same way. But this contemporaneous test, if you will, how much weight do we ascribe to that? Because that's the thing that as I've looked at all these applications, I thought, well, and even on the one for Converse County, I thought, well, I hope they already paid that, because if they didn't, then it cannot be funded because it'll be considered a workforce bonus. But I don't know that it's that clear. So I need help on how much weight we ascribe to the contemporaneous test, if you will, because the guidance that the auditor just read seems to me that Treasury recognized that this would be a form of extra pay, and they didn't really put any timeline on it there. But then they went on to say, but hazard pay, even though we know it's kind of in the same category as a bonus strictly is not allowed, but if it's hazard pay, it's okay. That's an exception.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary, so let me just go back for 1 second, which is that the first question always is this necessary? And is this necessary for the government to respond? And so I think when you tie in that necessary component to the fact that they allow for overtime and hazard pay, but not other types of workforce bonuses, that what you're talking about is, was it necessary to provide this hazard pay to assure that these services were being performed and that these employees were available to perform these functions? Then also, this isn't the only statement on hazard pay, because they also talk about, there's an FAQ on, the guidance includes workforce bonuses as an example of ineligible expenses, but provides hazard pay would be eligible if otherwise determined to be a necessary expense. Is there a specific definition of hazard pay? So again, what you're saying is hazard pay would be eligible if otherwise determined to be a necessary expense. And if you were not paying it at the time to keep your workforce going and to make sure that people were going out, then you have to say that this is a necessary expense somehow on a retroactive level.
And thank you. I appreciate because that's one of the things I'd written down. I mean, that obviously we have to have that that relation. Was the duty COVID related? And the second thing we talked about is, was there a policy? Does the guidance speak to a policy, whether or not it has to be like a formal policy? Or because that's another thing that would lend strength to the contemporaneous test, is that early on we had a policy that we were going to pay these people. We just didn't have the money to do it. That would give me more comfort. So how strong is the policy aspect of the contemporaneous test, if you know?
Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary, I don't know that that's that there's any tie to that within the guidance or the FAQs. We've sort of relied on it because that's how you're going to know how these hazard pay was paid, what the basis was for the payments, and to make sure that it meets that requirement, that it was necessary and that it was for a COVID related function, so that we're not just paying across the board hazard pay to people who were not performing duties that were COVID related.
And one last just follow up or point for what it's worth, Governor, Mr. Chairman, you had mentioned some of the earlier applications we received for payroll reimbursement. And at the time, I think a lot of that was those were already budgeted, which made it ineligible really in my mind at that time, let alone the fact that it was like you said, a lot of this money would have been sucked up right away and been gone. At least in these cases, these clearly were not budgeted. And we're not dealing with that aspect because a lot of these places simply didn't have the money to do it had they wanted to at the time. And maybe many of them did want to at the time.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, just on that last note that the secretary made, I think it's the theory that we're following, and I guess the outcome that I don't like of following that is we're talking about funding hazard pay for governments, right? Because we're mostly talking about law enforcement and those on the front line having to deal with people and provide basic services. Governments are often funded by the general fund. They are budgeted at actual. And so under that theory, the only people that could pay hazard pay are special revenue funded people. And I that makes it seem very inequitable. And the other option would be for a government to go out and pay employees money that they don't have. And so I think I'm right on the same page as the secretary, but I wanted to make that point too, that it basically under the box we're creating here, you couldn't pay hazard pay unless you were flush, with which none of our governments are, or you're funded with special revenue and you have more flexibility.
So that's a good point. As we were going through this, I guess I don't know if there's a perfect solution, but as I look at Uintah County, which has a masking order, and Crook County, which has a masking order, as Crook County, I think as of a few days ago. I am wondering if there is something that can be supported that would indicate for a period of time, and I think we can look through the course of this year. For the most part, Wyoming was one of the safest states to be. Up until sometime in October, and then that certainly went out of whack in November. And we are now, I think, by the White House metrics, the second most dangerous state next to North Dakota. And all of our counties are in order. So from the point of view of supporting that it's much more hazardous work now than it was in the summer, I guess I'm trying to think if there's a way that we can support some award of this with regard to more recent circumstances. Mr. Treasurer. You're on mute, Mr. Treasurer.
I think you could develop some kind of a metric based on local cases or some other way, but that would be fairly complicated. But I do think that the language that the auditor brought forward and the secretary opined on is clearly an exception for hazard pay. as a bonus. That's simply saying you can't pay it because it's considered a bonus is misleading. And so it's clearly that it's an exception. I think we can pay these. I think we just have to come up with some reasonable guidelines that we can move forward on. And, you know, I guess if you look at it, I would say that the easiest metric you could say is that you can have hazard pay for all of these different areas, beginning on the date that the first date that a COVID case was reported in the county. Then you know it's there, it's prevalent, the disease is there. It doesn't get into the extent of the disease, but then you know that you have that hazard in that county, and it's there. I think that would be the easiest metric to move forward on. And then from that date forward, then you could have hazard pay. And you know, from my perspective, I'd say 10% or $2 an hour, and leave it at that. And that we would pay hazard pay in that regard. But that's just my suggestion, Mr. Chairman. It brings into your metrics. It's an easy metric. Just identifies that the disease was prevalent, and the hazard was there. Not just the potential for a hazard, but the hazard actually was there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Treasurer. I would, I understand the notion. I would point out that I think hazard duty through most of the summer for Crook County or for Niobrara was substantially different than it was for Fremont.
Yeah.
And I guess that, yeah. So that would be my, you know, maybe there's a community spread metric or something like that. But anyway, I just was trying to figure out how to move forward with some logic on a policy basis here. And I appreciate your notion too. So, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to revisit a point that's a little bit broader with regard to some of the applicants we've received over the course of the summer and this fall. So this is for Patrick or whomever may be able to answer. The status of our pending payroll requests considered, what kind of potential mess do we create in going whichever way today? If we set a policy today, and this is why we're talking about this is a policy decision for the board. If we set a policy decision today, how much of a nightmare or headache does that create for pending applications? Like, for example, how many hazard pay applications are pending? Because we talked earlier about some of those have not been paid because you're awaiting some policy decisions. You're also awaiting those entities to provide you with the proper paperwork, et cetera. Are we flexible enough, nimble enough to where, regardless of the policy we set today, we're not going to find ourselves in a giant mess administratively?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, and I need to correct something that I've said previously about a policy decision today. That's Deputy Monger corrected me on that. This is not what we would consider to be a policy decision. So previously, the applications were approved if they were consistent with the guidance, on the condition that they be consistent with the guidance in the FAQ. And basically the board's payroll policy was to just to approve everything on the front end so that our 15-hour meetings didn't stretch into 20-hour meetings. and then have us sort out on the back end what was and was not eligible for payroll. So to date, because our office's interpretation of the guidance is that these retroactive hazard pay applications are not eligible, we have not approved any of them, and OSLI has not, to my knowledge, and Beth can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but should not have paid out any hazard pay that was retroactive to this date. We would, and in a lot of cases, these applications were approved where we just didn't know whether they were requesting hazard pay that was already paid contemporaneously, or were just requesting additional hazard pay. So as far as I know, none of them have been denied either, but none of them have been granted. So we've got the flexibility to treat everyone consistently, to the best of my knowledge. And I'll let Beth chime in if I've misrepresented anything on the OSLI end.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I believe Mr. Miller is correct that we have not reimbursed for any hazard pay. I'm gonna double check with my staff, but I believe if any of that came about, Pat or Mr. Miller or Mr. Peters would be well aware of it as they see those pay requests also.
Thank you. I see Ms. Fritz has raised her hand, and then I will let me listen there, and then Auditor to you. Clerk Fritz.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman and Board. We did submit for hazard pay that was back pay, and we have since paid that out because we were granted the award that allowed it. So I'm hoping that we're going to get that reimbursement from it since it was included in the award.
Thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to attempt a motion, but I don't want to jump the gun.
Well, let it never be said that we don't move quickly.
So
I don't have any current hands up. I don't know if Ms. Blackwell, if you're awaiting Ms. Blackwell's research. If you want to take a moment, we can go back to 16 and give Ms. Blackwell the opportunity to do a little more research because I do know we have Mr. Nelson on.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if that was a question, but I wasn't waiting on.
Okay. All right. Very good. Let's proceed then.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve 26, 27, 29. I think I've made my reasoning clear as to why, but here is the contingency that I would put on that. And now I would note that I think this contingency is on there whether I say it or not, but I want everyone to hear it. There is a high, so this is similar to the way that we approved payroll requests. There is a higher bar for hazard pay than there is for payroll in general. So if you're devoted to responding to COVID-19, 51% of the time, we can cover all of your salary, right? We've made that more or less clear. The guidance makes that clear. Hazard pay is different, and we've discussed that extensively here, that you can't, for example, me, just because I'm coming to work and dealing with CARES Act funds, I don't qualify for hazard pay. And we have no detail of the underlying requests. For example, if Clerk Fritz has submitted a request for an officer that is on the street dealing with folks, I think that's appropriate. If she has submitted a request for hazard pay for, an accountant in her office that isn't dealing with the public, I think that would be inappropriate. And I think that's the kind of contingency that is, again, explicit in the guidance, and that OSLI does have to make those determinations on reimbursing. And the guidance is good about giving that very specific example, as you don't get to do blanket overpay, or, you don't get to do blanket hazard pay. And for example, and we didn't ask these questions, but if that pay that has been paid out already, that may or may not all be eligible. We don't know. I don't believe personally that it's appropriate to lessen the load, whether there was a mask order in place or not, or whether, the level of cases, because these individuals that are having to go out and interact with the public don't have any say whether there's a mask order or not. And even if there is, there certainly is people that aren't masked. So, and the last point I would make, Mr. Chairman, Clerk Fritz made a good point about my payroll tax potential debacle, that the counties would be responsible. That's absolutely correct. And that was my concern in making that, is the state is in no way on the hook for that. And I just want that to be really known, that if the county violates FLSA, that is, to say it very ungracefully, that is your problem. And so that's what I want to avoid. I think we've all really been trying to not hang anybody out to dry by approving funds that are apt to get them into trouble on the back end. So, Mr. Chairman, essentially that's my motion, but it would be a motion to approve.
You're moving all amounts, regardless of timing or anything else, just as per the applications, with those caveats, understanding and the judgments probably still reside with the Attorney General's office and the staff on that. So that's just clear. And is that the meat of your motion?
And Mr. Chairman,
okay.
like our
Ms. Blackwell.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Like our other payroll approvals, it would be up to that amount, recognizing there's probably going to be chunks in there that are not approved.
Very good. Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, after conferring with my staff, I can tell you we do not believe we paid any hazard payout currently. However, we do have requests in the process that are requesting hazard pay. And per my staff, they have been letting entities know that all applications that were applying for hazard pay have been told that they could only get it from the point that they put a policy in place.
Okay. So, Madam Auditor, does that inform your motion at all?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe it, and keep in mind my motion might crash and burn, but I don't believe it does. I recognize that we're dealing with large swaths of employees that hazard pay would not have. I'll put it this way. It would be an unreasonable expectation for them to have had a policy ready to go before a pandemic. And I would use the Department of Workforce Services employees as an example. They are office staff. That is not a class of employees that you would expect to necessarily have a policy for. Now, whether Workforce Services had a blanket policy or not, I don't know, but I think that it is reasonable that they wouldn't have a policy ready to go, and that they may not bother putting one together absent communication from us until they knew they were going to be paid for it.
Okay, but the policy that's being recommended here, you have no difficulty with that policy as stated.
Here's what I would say, Mr. Chairman. I would add the contingency that they do have to have a policy. As far as when it was put into place, I think it's a difficult expectation for folks to have predicted the need for one. And also, I think what we can all admit is extremely complex and changing payroll and hazard pay guidance over the course of the year.
Okay. So, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just need I'm hoping that you can clarify the motion just a little bit, Auditor Racinas. What I think I hear you say is that you move to approve funding for the applications, and that it's contingent on the entities providing an assurance that a policy is in place. And would that assurance be a checkbox that they give to OSLI or us? Would it be some other type of assurance, or are you looking for more than assurance or less than an assurance?
I think an assurance would be good. I'll put it this way: if the feds come back to dig through it, I wouldn't want any of them to have to be trying to create a policy at that time to match what we did. So I think prior to us paying it, I think we need and I think having the policy in hand would be good. I think that's a yes, it's an assurance to your question.
Follow up, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
follow up, Superintendent. Yeah.
And I just want to be really clear for our applicants, because to me, there's a big difference between a checkbox assurance that yes, we've got a policy in place, and actually submitting a policy to us for either review or proof. And I want to just be really crystal clear on what the motion is around that.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a great clarification to make, and I think I would clarify that we would need a copy of the hazard pay policy in hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Auditor.
Thank you. So, Superintendent, did I understand you to say you would second that motion? No.
Mr. Chairman, not quite yet. It looks like there may be some more questions and perhaps more clarification needed.
Okay, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize if this just isn't sinking into me, but with regard to the policy that would be required under this motion, are we saying that if you develop a policy now that says you had a policy that you would pay hazard pay, that's good with us retroactive to whenever, the summer, and hope that that passes the test? Or are we saying you needed to have a policy in place? We're not sure if you did. Show us the policy you had in place earlier in the year, and then it'll probably be approved by the staff. The way I'm understanding it is we're creating a paper trail that for a time that it, there was no policy in place, and we're going to create a retroactive policy to say we were going to pay hazard pay. And I just want to understand that, because I'm trying to think through whether or not that's effective.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Please, Auditor.
You make good points, Secretary, and I think where I am is you're right. We're putting a policy in place now for something that, let me back up. I think the big determination this board has to make is whether we think it's appropriate and a necessity. On the back end, I think it is helpful to create that paper trail now before we cut the check. Because these checks have not been cut yet, right? And so, yes, it is after the fact for sure, but in the sense of dollars going out the door, it isn't. I don't know if that makes you more comfortable or less comfortable.
And just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, thank you. No, that answers that question. But it kind of brings up another one in a way, because I understand if it applies to the back end, but we still have these threshold policies that in my mind, as far as related, part of the duty, and then we're leaving that whole contemporaneous versus they didn't have the money, those questions. I feel like with your motion right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're still punting those policy calls to staff when our AG has been pretty clear where they stand on those issues. So I just want to understand that piece of it before we go forward.
Mr. Chairman, the intent of my motion would be to find that due to the extenuating circumstances and due to the nature of these entities and their budgeting mechanisms and restrictions, that we would find that they did not have to pay it contemporaneously, and that is not a factor in whether they should be approved or not. What we are, I would say, punting to the staff, to put it ungracefully, is the same thing we've been kicking to them anyway, which is the determination of whether a specific employee is appropriate for hazard pay or payroll reimbursement at all. And so the kind of determination I would expect them to make is to say, okay, City of Evanston, you had this patrol officer receiving hazard pay, but this is the guy that sits back in the office and does the paperwork. He's not on the street at all. And so we don't find that to be appropriate.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, no, go ahead. That's getting me closer.
Actually, I was going to ask Ms. Monger, because I think that's almost directly in conflict with an approach you've taken. So anyway, please proceed, Ms. Monger.
Mr. Chair, I think we've discussed in the past how we get a little nervous giving our legal advice in public for many reasons, but what I would just ask of this board is that in any decision that you make, that you're also taking into account how we are justifying the necessary component of any hazard pay, because that is the requirement as well, is that the hazard pay is necessary. So that component needs to at least be addressed in this consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Monger. Mr. Secretary.
Well, and I'll just say that was kind of my next question was going to be, you know, we've already heard that just because somebody worked on the ambulance service, even though they clearly would be in contact with the public more often than your, you know, non-emergent type county employee, that unless that hazard pay was necessary as an incentive to get them to do that job, then it kind of wasn't COVID related, is what I thought I heard earlier. And so that still is problematic in my mind if we kick it back and they have to also make that determination. Then from what I thought I heard, and then maybe this is part of the motion, the applicants would have to show that but for the promise of hazard pay, these employees would not have performed that work. And without a policy in place earlier in the summer, I don't know how that determination could have been made, because that communication would not have occurred. And so I just need to think this through to be able to get us to a place, or get me to a place where I fully understand the intent of the motion. Because I like the effort and the way that's going, but I just need a little bit of, I got to iron out a few wrinkles.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would, in my motion, make the finding that I do feel that hazard pay was necessary for these entities. And I think the other point I would make, there's this concept that in order to receive hazard pay, somebody, how do I say this? Somebody was not going to do the job if we didn't pay them hazard pay. That is nowhere that I can find contained in any definition of hazard pay, nor is there any sort of proof necessary that someone would have left their job if it was not for hazard pay. And I'm quite confident that we have not asked for nor obtained that on any of the hazard pay that has been paid at the state level. I mean, hazard pay is because the pay, or because the work is dangerous. There is no requirement that you wouldn't have done it at the normal salary, or you were maybe going to leave if you didn't get the hazard pay.
And Mr. Chairman, I happen to agree with that take. That's similar to the way it is in the military as well, but we're dealing in a different place. But I thought I had heard that, and I apologize to the AG staff if I've mischaracterized what I thought I heard as far as that COVID related piece, and if hazard pay would be eligible. If that's not the case, and if the auditor's understanding of that is correct, then that gives me a lot more comfort with the motion.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Monger, and then I think the treasurer has a comment.
And I'm not sure. I think I get so confused about what we are characterizing or not characterizing. What we're sort of saying is that hazard pay has to be necessary, and then it has to be for extra hazardous duty. And so for us, in terms of how do you show that it's necessary, it seems like the way that you show that it's necessary is that you were paying it to keep people working. So we just sort of use that as the example as it relates to necessary. If this board wants to say that it was necessary to pay people hazard pay, then that the board can make that decision. We have addressed our concerns with that, and so I think that's just sort of where we are.
Thank you, Ms. Munger. Treasurer, I think I saw you, and then I see the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think we have crossed that bridge as far as contemporaneous with the, to me, a clear exception in the rules on bonus pay. You know, it expressed clear exception for hazard pay to be used as a bonus. So I think we're fine in that regard. In the regard to the necessity of the hazard pay, I kind of look at it both prospectively and perspectively. I think that most people really didn't understand the hazard associated with their jobs and how you know, devastating this disease may or may not be in some individuals. That was something that clearly wasn't understood and is probably not understood as well as it should be today. And I think that a lot of people that are doing these jobs and these volunteer jobs necessarily would feel like their duties and responsibilities are being acknowledged. And I think that acknowledgement of, even though it's a small amount of acknowledgement in providing hazard pay, it at least gives somebody, I think, a better feeling about the job they're doing and why they're doing it. And that's essentially, to a great extent, what hazard pay is about. Not necessarily just that I'm not going to work unless I get another $2 an hour. Part of it is that acknowledgement that what you're doing is important. So I think from my perspective, Mr. Chairman, I will second the motion and just I appreciate the work that and the detail that the auditor has brought forth in this.
Yeah, I have the superintendent, and then I have the auditor. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just need to go back and make an additional clarification with the Attorney General, because I really, I heard sort of two approaches to this. One was hazard pay by definition and in a traditional sense. And then I also heard if there is payment that is directly necessary, perhaps as a result of a COVID-19 disruption or closure, that was reasonable at the time, but that wouldn't be hazard pay. It would be paying someone an additional amount of money to do a job that is more hazardous than it was before, and that perhaps those people could not be hired at the current rate or the previous rate. So I guess in that vein, and again, kind of going back to our own thresholds that we've set via federal, legislative, and Attorney General guidance, as well as the precedent set by this board, I'm still really having a tough time getting there, which feels a little bit unfair considering some precedents that we've taken with state employees and others. But by definition, and a little unfair considering that there's nothing more that I want to do than put this out the door to those entities and to those people on the front lines. But I'm having a little bit of trouble getting there without the structure in place either prior to or at the beginning of or contemporaneously with this request. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to restate my motion, just so we're clear, if you think that's
okay.
necessary. Just to round.
I think it. Please go ahead.
To round things up, I would move to approve 26, 27, and 29 up to the amounts that they requested. I would make the finding that these are necessary expenses in the same way that all the other expenses that we've granted, which have not, that were not able to be paid by the grantees due to funding constraints. And I would also put the contingency on that they have to have a policy in place before payment that comports with the request they're making. And also I would put the contingency that the requests meet the very specific guidelines in the CARES Act guidance, meaning that those folks have to be substantially dedicated to mitigating the COVID-19 emergency.
Okay, so that motion's been made. I'm sort of troubled with it because I'm thinking back to an example of the gymnastics teacher and the aquatics instructor for Cheyenne. And I know that was for payroll, but at the time we were talking about the ability for them to perform the job. And I would say those would have been, if not equally, perhaps as very close to hazardous, because we knew at the time that they would be coming into contact with individuals just by the nature of their public interface. And I'm trying to figure out how we get the distinction. I understand when people are having to respond to unknown incidents, it's, they're always putting themselves in danger. No question about that. But again, I come back to, I think that's pretty much true of almost anything at this point that anyone does. And then I think about, well, okay, it's recognition for hazardous duty, which I guess I appreciate the fact that it's hazardous duty, but I think hazard would indicate that there's a degree of risk. And clearly we know that there is a higher probability of dire consequences if you're above a certain age or have certain complicating conditions like diabetes or high blood pressure or something like that, obesity. And I guess what I struggle with is if the degree of risk is not consistent across the spectrum of people that are working, is it appropriate to consider hazard pay to be the same as just recognition and compensation for taking a hazardous job? And the case that we looked at specifically with ports of entry and driving instructors is that these were people that were at or nearing retirement in their 60s. Some did have health conditions, and so the determination was made that in order to get them to do the job, that we would provide an incentive, if you will, to doing that. And I think retroactively, that test doesn't necessarily hold because people put themselves at risk. And I understand there's an additional risk associated with COVID, all the circumstances I talked about. But but they put themselves at risk on a volunteer basis in any case. And I recognize how nice it would be to say, it would be good to look backwards and recognize these people for putting themselves at risk for doing the job that they signed up to do. But I'm trying to figure out how, coming back to the aquatics instructor or somebody who happens to be in the office, how we can make that distinction differently. So I'm really trying to figure out how to navigate through this. And that's just my concern. But I recognize the motion's been made. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, you make good points, and if that was an easy motion to make, I would have made it an hour ago, believe me. I think to your point, where I'm getting over the hurdle is that recreation center director, the swimming pool director, aquatics director, they would likely not meet the determination for any reimbursement of their payroll, and I think we certainly had robust determination surrounding that, and employees like that are not able to meet the bar of payroll reimbursement in the same way would certainly not meet the bar of hazard pay. And again, that bar is even higher. For example, I'll go back to the accountant sitting in the office, right? An accountant doing the accountant's job is not reimbursable under any circumstances. However, if you repurpose that accountant and have them, do the COVID task force or something, or taking temperatures at the door or whatever, you've substantially repurposed that employee and their payroll would be reimbursable. Now, I would still argue they would not necessarily be eligible for that very high bar of hazard pay. And so I guess my point is there's already a lot of subjectivity in the determination of whether someone's substantially dedicated, and that's a hurdle you have to meet before you, I think, would ever qualify for hazard pay.
Okay. Well, so that motion's been made. I thought the treasurer had seconded it.
Yeah.
So is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would note, and I apologize, right after this vote, I do have to hop off for another obligation. So just so you know where I've gone.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, please signify with a thumbs up or an aye if you are in favor of it. I have the auditor, the treasurer, and the secretary in favor of it. And if you have a nay, a thumbs down.
I'm a no, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. I am also a no. So that motion does prevail. We have one, Madam Director, I believe we have one item left, but maybe there are more.
Mr. Chairman, we still need to go back to the Crook County medical application number 23, and I believe that there was somebody on the line to discuss that. And then it sounded like there was another gentleman who wanted to revisit the patrol car, which was Weston County, I believe, number 16.
Mr.
Right,
Chairman.
that was the one I had on my list, and Mr. Nelson's here.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could we get that screen share of the breakdown of the Crook County put up on the screen when we get to that? I think that Beth had that available for us.
Yeah, let's go to item number 16. Mr. Nelson has been for some time patient, and so I appreciate that. Mr. Nelson, if you're on.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board. Sorry again for our tardiness today. We would like to revisit the sheriff's deputies patrol vehicle for the Weston County Sheriff's Department. I have Deputy Sergeant Dan Fields here with me today. In Weston County, you know, we were in the red zone for COVID. Here not too long ago, we've had quite the spike, and we usually have one deputy on at a time. If that deputy is to transport or arrest somebody who is COVID positive, that vehicle becomes pretty much unusable. And so they're left without a vehicle until it's clean. And we were in hopes to get another vehicle for that purpose. And I'm going to ask Dan to speak because he's the one that has the background and knows more about this. And then you can ask him some questions as well. So Sergeant Fields here. Hi, Board.
Thank you, Mr.
We're just looking at basically what Mr. Nelson stated. When we arrest or have contact with somebody, or if we've had to give a courtesy ride to somebody who has broken down, motorist assist type thing, we don't know what their standard is of if they're sick or not. So we would have to disinfect our vehicles in that time period. So after an arrest, after that, we'd have to come back, sanitize our vehicle so it could be back in use. And then if we get a call within that time, it will extend our time for response. And it's just a life safety, not cost the cost effectiveness on that portion of it. So, are there any?
You guys have any questions for us or for Sergeant Fields? Reference that. I know at the very first Slib meeting that I sat in on, I believe one county got awarded 4 patrol vehicles, but I know you've denied some of these as well. But Weston County would appreciate your consideration on this matter. So,
thank you. Thank you. I also see it. There's a Mickey Lyons. I don't know if Mickey wants to address this matter.
Mr. Chairman, I believe she is on the line for the Crook County application.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So hang in there and we'll get to that momentarily. Any questions for Mr. Nelson or Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize if I missed this, but you basically have one vehicle that holds, I guess, a detainee or for transport. Is that correct?
At a time.
At a time, we have so a patrol deputy will be out, and if they arrest or detain somebody, they use their patrol vehicle, and then once that has been used, and if they have contact with a COVID individual or they've been in there, that vehicle cannot be put back out without being cleaned and sanitized before they could go out to assist the rest of the public, because that would increase the risk of infection for somebody else if they were in there or that deputy.
Yeah, the other deputies' vehicles are take-home vehicles, so they're on days off, or it's not their hours of their work hours. Their vehicles are at their residence. So the only deputy who's on, that's their vehicle. So there's no other
Gotcha.
vehicles available at that time. So this would be a vehicle that they could switch into until they could get that other one, sanitized.
What's the standard sanitization procedure? I mean, I understand your point would be if you just transported somebody who was COVID, then you had another call immediately, etc. But I mean, how long does it take to wipe it down with Clorox wipes or whatever I guess my understanding is what occurs.
Well, you have the whole interior of your vehicle. So you have your prisoner cage portion, where the detainee would be sitting, and then you would have also your passenger compartment within the whole front of the vehicle, because it is an airborne fire, so it will be within the air. So you got to wipe all the surfaces, and then we do have a spray that we can spray it too. But then you have to wipe all that out and take precaution on that. So.
And I'm guessing this is like you've had at least an instance or two where you have not been able to transport somebody because of this, and it caused a big headache.
Yeah, it does cause problems on that portion.
But I mean, you've had calls where you said, I can't come out. We got a guy, I've got him, I got to go arrest a guy at the bar. I just hauled in another one, an hour ago, and I can't do it.
Yeah, we do get calls right on top of each other where we just have arrested somebody, brought them in there, and then we've had to go to another call right after, immediately after that time.
Thank you. And then just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, with the staff, the gentleman mentioned that we may have funded 4 patrol vehicles, and we've done so many of these. Can someone refresh my memory on that particular application?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we've all been scrambling, trying to look and see where 4 patrol cars were funded. We can't find anything like that. We found where 3 patrol cars were denied for City of Riverton.
Okay, my apologies. I thought that was in the very first slib when Weston County was awarded payroll. My thoughts was Teton County, but I'm not sure. It was moved to a consent list, where 4 patrol vehicles were awarded, but that I could be mistaken.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Monger.
I would say this, which is that on October 19th, Treasury put out some updated FAQs. And one of those FAQs was related directly to the purchase of equipment and real property and the requirements that had to go to that. So I will say this, there may be the fact that we are treating these a little bit different now, but it is one thing to have made a decision when there wasn't an FAQ that directly addressed it, and now when there is an FAQ that directly addresses it. So I will say that these questions about cost effectiveness and other options has maybe been more recent, but that is a product of the fact that that October 19th FAQ came out and we're trying to abide by it.
Thank you.
And I guess, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up that with a question to the applicant, and this can probably be a fairly quick answer, but have you explored any other avenues for an extra vehicle that would be more cost effective than this purchase? Is this a new vehicle, a used vehicle, those types of things?
This would be a new vehicle. we've looked at some possibility of a used vehicle, but the cost for the used one to the new one was actually the used one ended up being more than the new one because of their rebate portions and all that to lessen the cost.
Thank you.
Thanks. What's the pleasure of the board? We are now at the official end of our time here, so we should move with some speed. Mr. Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just to move it along, I'd move for approval of the money for the patrol car.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. It's been moved to move approval of the patrol
Mr. Chair.
car.
Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. I think this was already voted on. I could be wrong. I believe this was already, it was rejected. So we have to have somebody who was on the winning side of the earlier vote make the motion, which I do not believe would be the treasurer. Because it would essentially be a reconsideration.
Oh, you're saying this is a holdover from a previous meeting. I do remember that. Is that what your point is?
No,
Ms.
it's
Maunder?
actually a holdover from this meeting, I believe, just
So
today.
it needs to be reconsideration. By the
We denied it this
secretary.
morning.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Oh, okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken, you're
Madam.
looking for a motion to reconsider an earlier vote. Is that correct? And it needs to be from someone who voted no. Okay. Or voted yes to reject or to deny the funding. Okay.
Thanks. I remember now. Okay, thank you. Ms.
I
Blackwell.
do as well. I just wanted to clarify. And so maybe I just better state that now that I have it clear in my mind. Mr. Chairman, you're looking for a motion to reconsider an earlier vote today where we denied funding for this project. And the mover needs to be someone who voted aye to deny funding.
That is correct. Ms. Blackwell.
I was just ready to let everyone know that the treasurer was the only one to vote no on that motion. So anyone else could make the movement.
Thank you. Any motion for reconsideration? Any motion for reconsideration? Any motion for reconsideration? Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, having voted on the prevailing side, I would move for reconsideration of application. Now I'm trying to find it. Application.
Number 16, Mr. Chairman.
16, yes, number 16. I see it now for $64,432.
Okay. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, for
Hearing
the
none,
for the sake of
Go ahead.
discussion, for the sake of discussion, I would second that motion to reconsider.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. And all in favor of reconsideration, please signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I see Treasurer Meyer, and I see the secretary, and I see the superintendent is no. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Superintendent? She's an aye as well. So we are back to reconsider. I will entertain a motion to approve item number 16, Weston County, the new patrol car.
Mr.
I
Chairman,
would entertain a motion. It's so moved by the secretary. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of item number 16, the new patrol car, patrol vehicle, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. See the treasurer, I see the secretary. Superintendent?
I'm a no, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so the treasurer, the secretary, and the superintendent. I'm going to vote with the superintendent. So that is that motion is tied. Actually, it makes it complicated, so never mind. I'm going to vote in the aye. So I changed my vote. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. That motion carries. All right, now we're on to Crook County.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we are now on to application number 23, which is the Crook County Medical Services. The request is for $42,775, and there were concerns with several of the items requested. And Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if Beth can share her screen or if maybe Patrick can. I believe the treasurer had asked for that.
If memory serves, the treasurer's motion was for sanitizable items, and that was mostly furniture.
Correct.
And I think we have Mickey. Mickey Lyons on as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't sure what the overbed tables were going to be used for, whether they were primarily crafts or were they for, meal service. And meal service, I think, Mr. Chairman, was something that we've paid for tables, although not over bed tables in the previously, but we haven't paid for craft tables. So I'm just looking for some information on this sheet by the applicant, so we can have a good informed discussion.
Yeah, this is Mickey Lyons. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and board. I'm the CEO at Crook County Medical Center, and so I can give a little insight into this. So we've had an outbreak of COVID in our nursing home, and so those overbed tables are for meal service because the residents are having to eat in their rooms. They're not able to come out into the dining area at this point in time. And I'm not sure what other items on the list there were concerns about. I think there was something about the ice machine possibly, and maybe some carts.
Yes, we haven't paid for ice machines previous, and we haven't paid for craft carts. I don't know if that's food delivery carts.
Yeah, those are food delivery carts for the same reason. We actually had an outbreak of COVID in our dietary department as well. So we were separating dietary from our long-term care and are, trying to put food on carts to be left outside of our long-term care unit and then brought in, as opposed to how we typically do food service where the dietary aides come in and actually serve the residents. And as far as the ice machine goes, that's an infection control issue because our only ice machine is actually located through our acute care area where we also have positive COVID inpatients.
Okay. The cushions and the chairs, are they all, I guess, switching out cloth surfaces for sanitizable surfaces?
Correct. And currently the chairs, yes, we do have all fabric chairs that are not able to be cleaned easily. So we were looking to do a cleanable vinyl surface.
So is there anything on this list that isn't related to either delivery of the in-room service or improving sanitation?
Nope, every piece of that is for either an infection control issue or delivery of services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any other questions on this.
Okay, thank you. Madam Superintendent.
Muted.
I think you're muted, Madam.
I am muted. I was unmuted and then I muted myself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first a shout out to Ms. Lyons, who I worked with at Hewlett School, where she was the school nurse and I was the English teacher. So we've come a long way. My question is actually for staff, and that is, or possibly the Attorney General's office, to just understand, as these were further explained, are there still concerns about these expenditures or about these, about how they are necessary and cost effective? I definitely, I'm not sure how we could justify moving to not fund these when they are clearly necessary for isolating patients in their rooms to prohibit or reduce COVID spread.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. The application initially indicated that several of these items were to be used just for crafts. And I don't know if that fits into the category of services that Ms. Lyons was describing, but I believe that the board has enough information to make the decision, and we certainly wouldn't disagree with a necessity call if you were to make that now.
So, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up?
Please, Superintendent.
And this would be for Ms. Lyons. Ms. Lyons, I know the treasurer asked this. I just want to make double sure that these materials are not intended for crafting.
No, that is correct. They are not intended for crafting. And there could have been some confusion initially when we put this application out. We didn't have any COVID or very few COVID. And now, we're at 85% positive. So.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve funding for Cook County. I don't have the name of the entity in front of me, but I move this project forward.
Second.
It's been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the treasurer and the secretary. Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. So I see all that motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Lyons, and God bless you all for what you're doing. I know you have it's a venerable, let me put it that way, old institution. So you're doing really remarkable things there.
Thank you.
Madam Director, does that finish our work?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that takes us to the end of our agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board.
All right. Well, thank you. And Madam Director, and to your staff and to the staff of the Attorney General's office, I am just very thankful for the way you have handled all of this. I think it has been a Herculean effort. I think you have done an amazing job. I think you have been very kind at times to our sometimes vague logic. And I for one, want to apologize for weighing you down with decisions that maybe sometimes we weren't as clear as we might have been. But you have done an amazing job, and I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the board. I was just going to say that.
Thanks. Other. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to echo your kudos to the staff. They've done a tremendous and outstanding job, long hours, without complaint or anything. And so they deserve all the credit in the world. So thank you.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, thank goodness for fuzzy math and vague logic.
All right. Well, I would entertain a motion to adjourn, just because I'd hate to ruin that opportunity for this board.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Or thumbs up. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.